25 Sports presents Boston Red Sox baseball. Today, the Red Sox take on the Baltimore Orioles in Game 2 of a 3-game series. Hi, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo filling in for Sean McDonough along with Jerry Remy. The Red Sox and Orioles in Game 2 of the series, and today, Derek Lowe goes after victory number 20.
Well, this should be a very big day, hopefully, for Derek Lowe to join some elite company in Red Sox history of 20-game winners. Back to 1953 with Parnell, Monbouquet, Lomborg, Tion, Eckersley, and, of course, most recently, Roger Clemens 3 times in 86, 87, and 90, and most recently, Pedro Martinez in 99. This is something I think Lowe would obviously love to get over with today. You know, at this time of the season, guys are both physically tired and mentally tired, and this is the kind of thing they can wear on a pitch trying to get number 20. Now, he's going to try to do it against the club, the Orioles, who this year he's 2-0 against and almost pitched a no-hitter against them earlier this season.
Well, Derek would very much like to do it at home as well. He has a chance to do it today. We take a look at the starting pitchers brought to you by Lexus, pursuing perfection. Pat Hentgen off Tommy John surgery makes his second Major League start of this season, and Derek Lowe second in the AL in wins, ERA, and opponent's batting average as he goes after number 20, and it's coming up next on Fox 25.
The best time of year to get yourself a new Toyota. Well, that time is here.
Ask someone who drives one. There's nothing better than year-end closeout values on new Toyotas. It's your final opportunity to get special 0% APR financing on most Camry Solaris. You could save thousands. It's your last chance to lease a Camry LE for only $239 a month for 48 months with just $15.99 due at signing. See your New England Toyota dealer before the Toyota you want is gone. Hurry. It ends September 30th.
The wonder of it all. Take a chance, make it happen. Pop the cork, finger snapping. Spin the wheel, round and round we go. Life is good, life is sweet. Grab yourself a front row seat. Let's meet and have a ball. Yeah, let's live for the wonder of it all. Meet me at Foxwoods.
Foxwoods. Design, innovation, dependability. These are the building blocks for the new 2003 Chevy cars and trucks. And now you can get 0% APR on every 2003 Chevy, including Trailblazer, Tahoe, Cavalier, and Impala. That's 0 APR on every 2003 Chevy. New ideas, a solid reputation, and the motivation you need to make it happen. See your local Chevy dealer.
Boston Red Sox baseball on Fox 25 is brought to you by your New England Toyota dealer. What makes Toyota the best value? Ask someone who drives one. Your friendly New England Dodge dealers. Grab life by the horns. Go Dodge. And your local New England Ford dealer. For the best selection of cars, trucks, and SUVs on the planet, visit your local New England Ford dealer. And by Southwest Airlines, bringing people together with low fares. And good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Fenway Park, the middle game in the 3-game series between the Red Sox and the Baltimore Orioles. The Orioles had come into last night's action losers of 8 straight, but they were able to beat Boston in Game 1 of the series. And today, Derek Lowe goes after his 20th victory of the year as he will take the field in behind his teammates as the Red Sox get ready here today for Game 2. The starting lineups are brought to you by Southwest Airlines, and the visiting Orioles have Jerry Hairston at the top of the order at second base. Chris Singleton is in center field. Chris Richard, the DH. Tony Batista bats fourth, a .322 hitter here at Fenway Park. Jay Gibbons in right. Jeff Conine at first base. Larry Bigby in left. Geronimo Gil, who's feasted on Boston pitching, does the catching. And Mike Bordick is the shortstop. He bats ninth.
And looking to pick up his 20th win, Derek Lowe. 19-7 on the season. The 2.45 ERA, that's second to Pedro Martinez. 21 wins for Barry Zito, 19 for Derek Lowe. Washburn has 18 and Pedro has 18. Last time out for Lowe, a win against Tampa Bay. Only 6 innings in that game. He was ejected for hitting Felix Escalona for the second time in that ball game, which was kind of a joke anyway. Lowe ejected from that ball game, but the Red Sox did win it 6-3 against the Orioles this year in 2 starts, a record of 2-0, and the Orioles have not yet scored a run against Derek Lowe.
And a look at the defense today for the Red Sox. Manny Ramirez in left, Johnny Damon in center, Trot Nixon around in right, third to first, Hillenbrand at third, Garcia Parra at short, Ray Sanchez at second, Brian Daubach at first base, Varitek will catch, Derek Lowe today. The Red Sox no errors in the last 4 games. Bruce Fremming has the plate today. Tony Rendazzo at first base, Ed Rapuano at second, and Larry Poncino the umpire at third. A beautiful night tonight at Fenway Park in this early evening affair with the breeze blowing from right to left across the outfield. And the Red Sox ready to go here for Derek Lowe today. Jerry Hairston, Chris Singleton, and Chris Richard to face Lowe in the first inning. As it appears the wind is blowing outward to begin the game from that top flag. Jerry Hairston, who made quite a play last night in picking off Nomar Garcia Parra, checks in at 273, 5 homers and 30 runs batted in. And we're underway as the first one's popped up right side. Brian Daubach under, and he'll make the catch to retire Hairston.
You mentioned Bruce Fremming behind the plate today for Derek Lowe, the home plate umpire. It's the 4th time he's been behind the plate this year, and twice he's been hit off the arm early in the ball game, which kind of puts him in a sour mood. So hopefully that won't happen today.
A happy umpire is a good umpire, and Bruce Fremming has been struck here a couple of times. I remember last year he got hit too. As Chris Singleton stands in, the center fielder. 258, 7 homers and 46 runs batted in. Well, the Orioles were a banged up bunch coming into last night's game. Losers of 18 of their last 19 and 8 in a row for Mike Hargrove, but a victory last night against the Red Sox. And as this one gets by, the brought in Shea Hillenbrand at third base in the left, and Singleton is aboard with the first hit of the day for the Orioles.
Hillenbrand very close on that grass, protecting against the bunt against Singleton, and Singleton just slaps it by him. Certainly speed at first base. See how shallow Hillenbrand is there. It doesn't take much to get it by the third baseman if you hit it solid. And Singleton has 18 steals on the season. He's only been caught twice.
84 degrees here today at Fenway with a southeast wind at 15 miles per hour. As Chris Richard stands in, the designated hitter on the left side, did not play last night, but is in there today for the Orioles. Hitting at 254 homers and 19 runs batted in for Richard. Yeah, Derek Lowe starts off ahead.
Richard missed a lot of time, had off-season shoulder surgery, and spent a lot of time rehabbing that, getting his way back to the big leagues.
Since coming back from the DL, he's seen most of his time at first base. Today he's being used as the DH. And he last played on Wednesday. Over the last 20 games, Chris Richard is 10 for 63 at just 159. A 17-game standing in the minor leagues, rehabbing his way back to Baltimore, and he hit a combined .390 in the minor leagues between AAA Rochester, AA Bowie, and Class A Aberdeen, as he worked his way back to the big leagues after the injury. Lowe ahead, 0-2. Singleton gains his lead at first. A pitch out, he doesn't go anywhere. And unfortunate for Varitek as it popped out of his glove.
See if Grady Little goes with back-to-back pitch outs. A better chance now that Singleton would run. Not a 0-2, obviously not a good count to go on.
A little bigger lead this time at first. There he goes. The 1-2 is down and in for a ball, and the throw sails to the first base side and finds its way into center. Singleton will easily now scamper to third A stolen base and an error likely charged to Varitek as the runner at third with one down.
It's one thing about Derek Lowe, you certainly can get good jumps off Lowe. He does take a long time to get the ball to the plate, and he's a sinker ball pitcher. You want to run against those guys to stay away from the double play. Excellent jump. Not a good pitch to handle for Varitek. It gets by Garcia-Parra, and Singleton will just pop up and move over to third base. Looks like he might have got hurt too on that slide. Oh, no, something in the eye. Might have got some dirt in the eye. And he'll try to get that cleaned up. And very few managers pitch out on back-to-back pitches. So once he did on that 0-2 count, Singleton was sure to go on that next one.
Well, the Red Sox charged with an error. Jason Varitek with an error, and it is a stretch of 4 games in a row in which the Red Sox had not committed an error. Got to go back to July 15th through the 20th. And the Red Sox went 6 games without committing an error, but they have one today in the top of the first inning. And Singleton is okay, and he is going to stay in the game at third with one down. The 2-2. Little tapper toward shortstop. Nomar's got one play and throws on to first for the out. But from third comes Singleton, and the Orioles grab the game's first run.
That's a good job there by Richard. You know, he's down a couple of strikes. Just make contact. The infield's playing back. Any kind of ground ball, you're going to be able to score that run. So a pretty good battle put on the off-speed pitch. Makes the contact, picks up the RBI.
The third baseman, Tony Batista.
So 2 down, and it brings up Tony Batista. His unorthodox stance, 255, 29 homers, and 82 runs batted in. Batista hit 41 home runs as a member of the Blue Jays a couple of years back, and he's never been able to duplicate that kind of home run prowess, but has 29 on the season this year. The 1-1 low and away, and it's now 2-1 to Batista.
Wow. According to the radar gun up on the above the left field wall, that pitch was 110 miles an hour.
Very deceiving.
Yes.
Sneaky fast today. And that one was 89, which is more along the lines of where he is right now. 3-1. Those radar guns can pick up just about anything going by. Sometimes it's not necessarily the pitch. This is sent towards right center field. Nixon got a late break, and it'll fall in front of him. Really had no chance anyway. And there's the second hit of the inning off Derek Lowe.
Well, at this time of the game, obviously right field and center field a problem with the sun. Not bright sunshine today, but certainly enough to be a factor. And a little bit difficult for hitters early in this ball game until that center field area is completely in shade. 5 o'clock starts, not usually the friend of the hitter.
There's Jay Gibbons, a right fielder for the Orioles at 243, 24 homers. And he'll send it fouled outside of first. This is a 7-game homestand for the Red Sox that they're in the midst of. They have more with Baltimore, and then they will host the Cleveland Indians, a day-night doubleheader on Monday to begin that series against the Cleveland Indians, before they will head to Baltimore next weekend to visit these Orioles. Are fouled off the left side by Gibbons, who's in the hole, 0-2. Including today, 6 games left with the Orioles on the slate for the Red Sox in 2002. Back to Lowe, snares it, and he'll run some and then toss to first, and that'll do it in the inning. The Orioles pick up a run in the first on top 1-0. You're watching the Fox 25 Red Sox Network.
It's really clear as I go out and talk to people that Massachusetts does not have a revenue problem. It's got a spending problem. People do not believe that Beacon Hill is connected to their lives. People want to get back to where they can actually have faith in and confidence in Beacon Hill. And we're not going to do that unless we start showing the people that we're going to set the right priorities. We're going to make government more effective. We're going to get rid of programs that aren't working. And we're going to take care of those people who need to be taken care of. And Jim Rappaport, as your lieutenant governor, will make that happen.
Oh, I got to get one of those.
I gotta get one of those!
The 2002 Lincoln LS V8 Sport. Get over $8,600 in finance savings with 0% financing for 60 months. There are those who travel and those who travel well.
You've been shopping for cellular.
Yeah, I don't know which way's up anymore.
I think I can help. You'll be fine now.
At Sprint stores, wireless becomes clear with helpful salespeople, the best selection of phones, and great deals. Right now, get 3,500 minutes for $34.99 a month and save up to $100 on select PCS phones. Sprint stores, wireless made clear.
Starting lineups are brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Johnny Damon at the top of the Boston order in center. Shea Hillenbrand at third. Noel Myers at short. Career against Hentgen at 345. Annie in left. Cliff Floyd the DH. Brian Daubach at first. Baratek doing the catching with Nixon in right. And Ray Sanchez bats ninth at second base.
Pat Hentgen coming off Tommy John surgery. He had that last August, and this guy at one time was one of the top right-handers in the league, trying to make his way back from that Tommy John surgery. Only his second outing of the season. He lost last time out against Anaheim. 5 1/3 innings, 9 hits, and 4 earned runs.
Damon takes the strike, and it evens up at 1-1 to Johnny Damon. He begins the evening at 287, 11 homers and 58 runs batted in. Riding a mini 3-game hitting streak. It's a hot shot to Bordick, who throws out Damon. 1 down. Take a look at the Baltimore defense with Larry Bigby out in left field. Chris Singleton in center. Jake Gibbons around in right. Tony Batista at third. It's Mike Bordick at short. Jerry Hairston, the second baseman. Jeff Conine at first. Geronimo Heel catches Pat Hentgen.
Of course, Hentgen's made a lot of appearances against the Red Sox. He's 9-8 in his career. Had a long career with the Toronto Blue Jays. Went over to St. Louis and, of course, then to Baltimore.
He's ready to deal with Shea Hillenbrand, who begins the day just under 300 for the Red Sox at 299. 17 homers and 77 runs batted in. This is downstairs, and it's now 2-0 to Hillenbrand. Shea took an 0 for last night as Hillenbrand went 0 for 5. Lincoln's numbers against the Red Sox. This is lined off the glove of Batista at third into left. Hit very hard, and it glanced off his glove into left, and Hillenbrand's aboard with 1 away.
Shea right now battling over these last couple of weeks of the season to hit over 300. Starts the game at 299, and a rocket right off the top of the glove of Tony Batista down at third base. Batista late reacting, getting that glove up, but that ball was hit very hard, and it goes as a base hit.
So the first hit of the day for the Red Sox, first base runner. And it brings up Nomar Garciaparra. 312, 22 homers, and 111 runs batted in for Nomar. Begins the day 7th in the American League in hitting. Mike Sweeney is first at 339. Manny is third at 334. And Nomar 7th in the American League with his hefty 312 batting average. The 0-1 from Hentgen will miss, and it's 1-1 now to Nomar. Garciaparra is 5th in the AL in RBIs with 111. He's tied with Jason Giambi in that department. A-Rod setting the pace at 132 runs batted in on the year. Nomar slices it foul, and it's 1-2.
Fastball, slider, changeup. That was the changeup to Garciaparra. The fastball velocity doesn't look like it's quite yet back for Pat Hentgen. Just about a year removed from Tommy John surgery. I said one time that would end your career.
Nomar chops it up over the mound. Hairston at second tags the bag alone and fires on to first to complete the double play. 6-3 on the twin killing that ends things in the first. We played one. Orioles on top 1-0.
Like things fast? Rapid Rewards from Southwest Airlines, the fastest way to a free ticket. Get your ticket even faster with double credit when you rent your car from Budget at southwest.com.
You are now free to move about the country.
Someone's developed a micro device
created to be the perfect killer.
Injectable. One touch of a button, you can give a head state a heart attack.
It will take 2 extreme agents to stop it. Antonio Banderas, Agent X.
That's how I deal with stress.
Lucy Liu, Agent Sever.
My turn.
Ballistic, X versus Sever. Rated R. Starts this Friday.
I'm gonna get up and out and love myself today. Not like yesterday. I'm cool, I'm calm, I'm gonna be okay. I love myself today. Not like yesterday. Take another look at
Get 0% APR on every new 2003 GMC. See dealer for restrictions. Upgrade to professional grade. See the pros at your local GMC dealers.
Earlier at Fenway, throwing out the first ball today, Jackie Chan, who joins us in the booth. And nice job, Jackie, throwing out that first pitch. A little wild, perhaps, but nice job.
It's so exciting.
Is this the first time you've been to Fenway Park?
Yes, second time. Yeah, second time. I think I have the shoulder problem, so that's why. Otherwise, I'm very good pitch.
The next time, step directly toward the plate and then throw. Okay. That'll make it go straight.
Okay. That must be a trick, huh?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
When I saw on the TV, nothing. Wow, when I on the real set, they're really fast.
Yeah.
I don't know how fast they're going.
There's Jeff Conine to lead off the inning with the Orioles on top 1-0. You have a new movie, I understand, that is out as well. Tell us a little bit about that.
Tuxedo, about I'm the taxi driver and don't know how to fight, and everybody can beat me up, and I'm not looking for trouble. I'm even afraid to talk to the girl. And somehow I'm wearing a tuxedo. Then I'm becoming a spy agent. And then a girl start liking me. I can kick, I can dance, I can do whatever. That's a home run? No,
not quite. Out into shallow right center. Sanchez is there, and Conine is gone for the first out of the inning.
I thought that's a home run.
Well, you never know. It's tough up here at the trajectory. Sometimes I have trouble too. But no, go ahead. You were continuing.
Then everybody start love me. Then I just getting a lot of trouble. Then I mix a lot of action comedy with Johnny Love Hewitt. Yeah. But there's no love scene. But I want to have a love scene. I want to have a slow motion on the beach, running around. But the director said, no.
Even with the tuxedo on, you couldn't get the love scene.
No.
Ah, it's unbelievable.
So what is Jennifer Love Hewitt like? She seems like a very nice person.
Oh, she is. She's a wonderful girl, and she brings a lot of happiness on the set, and she really line up on the set. Even 5 o'clock in the morning, everybody's still sleeping. She comes to the set. She says, "Oh, good morning, everybody. Good morning." She just never get tired. She's just crazy girl.
Derek Lowe with his first strikeout of the day is Larry Bigby is down by way of the K, and it brings up Geronimo Heel.
Now, you've been the largest star in Asia for 20 years, but very popular here. You got a standing ovation.
Yes, I'm so excited standing here. Next time I have to sing national anthem. Actually, I have a very good voice.
This is Geronimo Heel, who's feasted on Red Sox pitching. Before you got here, Jerry said that he thought he could take you in a fight. Yeah. Jerry here to the right. I mean, do you think, you size him up. He's not a very big guy, but he's very tough.
No, tough. our teachers always respect the elderly. And always helping the young children, old lady.
Am I the elderly or the young child?
Both.
Wow. It is. That's very interesting. That will miss barely, and it's 1-2.
The movie starts on what, the 27th, right? It comes out
around the United States. Yeah.
Are you a baseball fan? Would you call yourself
yes,
a baseball fan?
Yes. There's just so many baseball in America right now.
Wow. Lowe with another strikeout. Wow. Back-to-back Ks. Jackie Chan, very nice to meet you.
Thank you
Thanks
so
for stopping
much.
by. Good luck with the movie.
See you
Good luck
soon.
with the movie.
I'd like to come back.
We'll have you back.
Thank you.
Orioles on top 1-0 at the end of an inning and a half from Fenway.
Thank you.
Fox 25 News at 4:30 is moving to 5.
Design, innovation, dependability. These are the building blocks for the new 2003 Chevy cars and trucks. And now you can get 0% APR on every 2003 Chevy, including Trailblazer, Tahoe, Cavalier, and Impala. That's 0 APR on every 2003 Chevy. New ideas, a solid reputation, and the motivation you need to make it happen. See your local Chevy dealer.
Hey, Tom.
Hey. How's it going? What's up with Brady?
1452.60 high.
Introducing Dunkin' Donuts' hearty new steak, egg, and cheese sandwich. What would you do for one?
You call that a hit?
Fox 25 News at 10.
There are breaking developments tonight.
The best on the air.
White powder to 11 different police stations.
Rich with content.
New concerns about West Nile. Over 2 inches of rain.
And teeming with pictures.
A female police officer shot in the line of duty.
Every night, news you need to know.
I'm David Wade.
And I'm Maria Stefano.
Every night, Fox 25 News at 10.
Beginning September 16th, afternoons are changing on Fox 25. Fox 25 News at 4:30, moving to 5 o'clock. Same show, same channel. You get all the news of the day, plus information that matters to you. Fox 25 at 5. Weekdays beginning Monday, September 16th. On to the last of the second inning. Don Orsillo and Jerry Remy from Fenway Park. Very nice of Jackie Chan to stop on by. I don't think he was very intimidated by you, Jerry.
You didn't see him want to mix it up, though, did you?
No, he didn't. You're right. Yeah, well, maybe he was intimidated by you. Manny Ramirez stands in for the first time today to face Pat Hentgen. Manny at .334, good for third in the American League in hitting. 29 homers and 94 runs batted in. I thought he would be bigger.
They all look bigger on screen.
In the air to left field. Larry Bigby back to the dirt of the track. Looking up. That ball will carry out of the yard. Manny Ramirez pointing skyward as he hits home run number 30 of the season and ties the game with one swing of the bat.
When you hit one this high with the breeze blowing out toward left field, that's going to get a good push from that breeze. Hentgen's going to watch, and finally gone for Ramirez. That's the third career home run he has hit off Pat Hentgen.
Now Cliff Floyd, who was struck with a ball in the elbow last night of his throwing arm. That's a 7th career 30 home run season for Manny Ramirez. You often hear the term professional hitter, but he is certainly one of them. Down the line in right. Gibbons on the run, won't get there. Kicks off the lip of the grass and away briefly from Gibbons as Floyd cruises into second with another double.
Well, you see Floyd wearing that protective armor on his right elbow, hit by a pitch last night in the ball game, and which will keep him as a DH today. That's his throwing arm. His last night, Rodrigo Lopez hitting him right above the elbow. And right now you see the base hit as it's going to really kick off the lip of where the grass meets the dirt out there in right field, and Gibbons had to chase it down. Unusual bounce right there, and Floyd into second base with the double.
So a home run and a double for the Red Sox here in the last of the second inning. Daubach stands in, and Geronimo Gil lunges to his right. Last time out for Pat Hentgen was Daubach at 264, 19 homers and 69 runs batted in. Hentgen in his first major league start of the year against the Anaheim Angels, 5 1/3, 9 hits, 5 runs, 4 earned. The 1-0 gets away from Gil this time. Floyd headed for third, and he'll get there. Remember, the hook slide didn't need to because Gil had not yet picked up the ball. But into third goes Floyd, and he's just 90 feet away.
This combination, obviously, of Hentgen and Gil has not worked together very much. Hentgen been hurt all season long. That ball was supposed to be away. It goes down and in, and Gil tried to catch it instead of backhanding the ball, which looked like the only chance he had. Just knocked it down, and Floyd up to third base with nobody out.
Now the 2-0 to Daubach. Brian will take that for a strike over the inside corner. 19 pass balls to lead the American League for Geronimo Gil.
And that's without a knuckleball pitcher on their staff.
Grounded outside of first, and evens up at 2-2 to Daubach. Brian, in his first 3 seasons with the Red Sox, 20+ home runs in each of those years. 21, 21, and then 22 last year. Right now, Daubach at 19. And this is game number 147 of the campaign for the Red Sox. Plenty time for Daubach to perhaps put together a career high. Veritek waits on deck, still nobody out. Hentgen, 33 years of age, as he misses with the 3-2, and here's the first walk given up by Pat Hentgen.
That last outing for Hentgen, his first in the big leagues this year. He went 99 pitches in that ball game, but it's clear that his strength is not all the way back. His fastball does not have the same life on it that prior to the injury. Takes a long time.
Well, he had the surgery on his right elbow on August the 9th of 2001, and there are those who would tell you that at times it takes 2 years to come back from a Tommy John surgery. This is kind of early, is it not?
About a year, and you know, right now he's trying to pitch a few games before the season ends and see how everything feels, and obviously he'll have the benefit of a whole off season to get it even stronger, and you would expect to see a much better Hentgen at the beginning of next season.
Career pitching totals in 295, 122 wins, 92 losses, and by today's standards, a very manageable earned run average of 4.19. Runners at the corners, nobody out, as Veritek the recipient of strike one.
This is a guy, Hentgen, that when he was with Toronto, I mean, he wanted the ball and he wanted to finish the game. It was tough to get him out of a ball game.
The 0-1 will have to wait. He fires to first.
Well, they had him too.
Wow.
They had Daubach taking about 2 or 3 steps towards second base. There's the fake to third, the throw to first, and Daubach had to scramble to get back.
The 0-1 is sent into center field by Veritek. Floyd will scamper home easily, and the Red Sox take the lead 2-1.
High changeup from Hentgen, and Veritek jumps all over it. Been a lot of changeups for Hentgen here early in the ball game. That one stayed up high, and Veritek puts it on the line in the center field for the base hit. Veritek picks up his 57th RBI of the season.
Daubach at second, Veritek at first. Still nobody out in the inning. It's been a home run, a double, a walk, and now a single. And Hentgen has not yet recorded an out here in the last of the second inning, as Nixon takes strike one. Trots at 258, 23 homers and 84 runs batted in. Last season, Pat Hentgen was the opening day starter for the Orioles on April 2nd against the Red Sox. And he pitched very well. He went to 8 2/3 innings, giving up 1 run. He went head-to-head, as you might imagine, on an opening day with Pedro Martinez. The Orioles went on to win that game 2-1 in 11 innings at Camden Yards last year. That was the first game. The second game, of course, was Hideo Nomo's no-hitter for the Red Sox last season. Down and into Trot, 2-1. And things went considerably south for Hentgen the rest of the year. He was 2-3 in 9 appearances last year before going on the DL. Former Cy Young Award winner. Only time he won 20 games, but it was good for Cy Young. 1996 as a member of the Toronto Blue Jays. He'd won 19 back in 1993. That's the closest he had gotten to 20 prior to winning 20 in 1996.
Right now, Hentgen's fastball topping out at about 87 miles an hour.
Peter Angelos telling some Baltimore reporters that Mike Hargrove and the rest of his staff is all set for next season. They'll all be invited back as Nixon will take the walk. Second walk of the inning and of the outing, relinquished by Pat Hentgen. He'll load the bases, and this may bring a call to the bullpen.
Elrod Hendricks, longtime bullpen coach for the Orioles, taking the long distance call, and there'll quickly be some action.
Number 13, the second baseman, Ray Sanchez.
It's Travis Driscoll beginning to warm in the bullpen for Baltimore. Bases loaded situation. Nobody out. 2 runs already in for the Red Sox here in the last of their second inning. And it brings up the number 9 hitter, Ray Sanchez. Lincoln starts off again ahead. He's been ahead a lot of the Red Sox hitters, but after getting ahead of both Daubach and Nixon, walked them both. Ray grounds it up the middle. The shortstop Bordick touches second on to first for the double play, but in from third comes Daubach with the 3rd Red Sox run, and the Red Sox now lead it 3-1.
Well, the way this inning has started, certainly Baltimore will take that exchange, allow 1 more run to get 2 quick outs. Trot Nixon going into second base to try to break up the double play. He does get a piece of Bordick, but Bordick is able to get rid of the baseball before the contact. Bordick, by the way, 96 straight games at shortstop without making an error. That broke Cal Ripken's mark. The major league record is held by the shortstop. What's his name now at New York? Ray Ordonez.
Oh, popped up in the infield. The pitcher Hentgen will make the catch himself, and that'll finally conclude the inning, but not before the Red Sox put 3 across in the inning. Replay 2 from Fenway Park. It's 3-1. You're watching Fox 25 Red Sox Network.
This week's NFL Pick of the Week is brought to you by NASASportsNetwork.com. Log on for the ultimate online sports experience. This week, the Dolphins are +2.5 on the road against Indianapolis. The Titans are -3 playing a beat-up Dallas team. The 49ers are -3.5 at home against Denver. And our feature pick of the week, the Eagles are -2.5 on the road against the Washington Redskins. Log on to NASASportsNetwork.com for more information.
What do you call a room where everyone loves to gather? Where a color brightens your entire day? Benjamin Moore calls it mellow yellow. I call it inspired. To make it all come together, I went to my Benjamin Moore dealer for the best paint and the best advice. They've got the color preview studio display to find the perfect color, premium Benjamin Moore paint, and answers to all my questions. Now I have the quality I need and the color I want. What do you call that? I call it confidence.
Benjamin Moore. We make it simple, you make it beautiful.
Acura TL Type S.
3-1 Red Sox as we go to the top of the third inning. Well, on Friday and Saturday, September 27th and 28th, all fans will receive a 2002-2003 Red Sox calendar, compliments of Coca-Cola. For ticket information, visit redsox.com or visit 617-482-4SOX 24 hours a day.
Pat Hentgen talking things over with Mark Wiley, the pitching coach, as Mike Bordick lines it to left. Manny's there, one down. Then he had to go a step or two to his left as Bordick lines out for the first out of the third inning.
Talking about that record the last inning, Ordonez has gone 101 games without making error. That was back in 99-2000, and Bordick on his way to beating that mark.
Five in a row retired by Derek Lowe as he retired the side in order in the second inning. There's Jerry Hairston, who's now goes second time through the Orioles order. Hairston popped out to the first baseman Daubach his first time. Down the line in left. Man, he hit him over as that one will bend its way. A foul ball off the siding down there above the garage door.
Of course, it was Derek Lowe who was on the mound when these two teams had their little rumble on the field last time the Orioles were here. He hit Matthews with a pitch. As we take a look back, here's the pitch on the backside, and Matthews eventually went to first base, went to steal, and then Lowe said something to him after that, and that's when both dugouts emptied. And right now, a lot of players serving suspensions because of that incident.
Hairston slices it foul back into the seats in the grandstand down the right field line.
Melvin Mora gone for this series along with Willis Roberts from the Orioles. Sanchez will miss Monday's 2 games. And then Veritek starts his suspension after game 1 Monday for 3 games. Lowe's going to drop his appeal after the game today. And that would mean he would not miss a spot in the rotation because of the 2 games on Monday.
So it works out great for Derek in that regard. And Sanchez, he'll just miss Monday because of the doubleheader. That's 2 games, and then that's it.
My understanding is you're playing game 2 of that doubleheader at second base.
Yeah, I heard that. I'm ready. I have great wheels. Doesn't look like it, but I got a good first step. Chop left side softly. Nomar charging. Will throw on the run. Off balance and in time. 2 down.
And of course, as we mentioned, Lowe was thrown out of his last game, hitting the immortal Felix Escalona twice with pitches. Number 9 hitter in the lineup, hitting him with a 4-3 lead. And one of the most ridiculous umpiring decisions I think we've ever seen. But it was like that the whole series. It was a no tolerance series down in Tampa Bay.
0 tolerance policy by the umpires.
Zippo tolerance.
We thought we might have the same type situation because of what took place with the Orioles. I mean, what we showed you before, of course, the fight on the field, but so far that's not been the case. But Floyd was hit last night. There was no ejection. So
you know, you can't really blame the umpires down in Tampa Bay. They were trying to do the best they could. They got the instructions from high above, no tolerance, and it became kind of a joke as even both managers were saying the other pitchers shouldn't be thrown out of the game.
That to me was the biggest thing, to have both Hal McRae and Grady Little standing home plate saying, why is anybody out? I mean, well, it's over, and it does not appear that the same is carried over here into this series against the Orioles. The Red Sox looking for their 84th win of the year. Singleton waves at that pitch, 1-2. Derek Lowe has 2 strikeouts through the first 2 2/3 innings. He's given up 2 hits and a run. It was an earned run. And he deals with the 1-2. Singleton watches it go, and it's 2-2.
He's got blood on his right sleeve.
I was wondering about that.
Is there a football game here earlier or something?
Misses away, and it's a full count. don't think that's his jersey from when the fight took place, do you? He just keeps it on to feel tough.
No, I don't think so, no.
Count's gone full with Singleton. Lowe has not walked anybody as of yet, and he won't now either. Strikeout number 3 for Derek Lowe. It's another 1-2-3 inning. We played 2.5 from Fenway. The Red Sox lead it 3-1.
Americans bust their humps 24/7. Time to trash that schedule. Grab Live and get out there with 0% financing for 60 months or up to $3,000 cash allowance on the new 2002 Dodge that grabs you. Plus, get our 7-year or 70,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Ford, Chevy, Toyota, and Honda don't match it. Grab Live! Grab life by the horns and grab something that works for you. 0% financing or cash allowance and our 770 protection.
We'll be the first to tell you, there's nothing that remarkable about the back seat of a Nissan Altima. Until you realize how far away it is from the front seats. The 2003 Nissan Altima, thoughtfully equipped at $18,999. See it at your Nissan dealer.
Michael, you stay and we go to Venice,
I can't. I have a dog.
Stop. Is he kidding? You know, I think his friend Steve back in the U.S. could help him out here. Go!
Hello? Steve. Yeah? It's about Max. Can you watch him an extra week?
Introducing World Class from T-Mobile. Now use your phone worldwide. Get more.
Tonight at 8 on Fox 25, brace yourself for 2 Fast and Furious season premieres. First, be there when cops declare war on ruthless carjackers and a full hour of cops. Then at 9, America's Most Wanted tracks down hit-and-run fugitives, criminals who kill with cars, and more. The season premieres of Cops and America's Most Wanted. It all starts tonight at 8 on Fox 25. I love Cops. Absolutely love the show Cops. Shea Hillenbrand leads it off, and he's quickly in the hole, 0-2.
Hentgen trying to mix in a few more curveballs now. Had Shea way out in front of that breaking ball.
Hillenbrand reached as he glanced off the glove at third base of Tony Batista on a hot shot, and is one of 4 Boston hits. Lincoln is 33, working his way back from Tommy John surgery. He's the Cy Young Award winner in 1996, was 20-10 that year. The Toronto Blue Jays, becoming just the 2nd Blue Jay pitcher to post a 20-win season. Jack Morris was the first back in 1992. And this is with the 1-2, and it evens up at 2-2. He was signed by the Orioles as a free agent during the 2000 offseason leading up to 2001. And the club has an option for him in 2003 should they choose to bring him back. There's the first strikeout of the day for Pat Hentgen. 1 down.
Borderline pitch, but benefit of the doubt given to Hentgen here. Ball looked down and away. But Bruce Fleming ringing up Shea Hillenbrand.
Luis Garcia-Parra grounded into a double play his first time. The Red Sox grounded into 2 double plays, one in each of the first 2 innings. The Orioles have now turned 162 to lead the league as this is chopped outside at third and foul. Omar last night 2 for 3 with a double. He drove in 2. Also had his 50th double yesterday, becoming the first Red Sox player in history to have 2 50 double seasons. This has popped up for Mike Bordick makes the catch at the lip of the grass. 2 down. So it's been a much easier inning so far for Pat Hentgen, who's retired Hillenbrand and Garcia-Parra quickly. And now Manny Ramirez, who hit a solo home run to lead off last inning. Strike one to Ramirez. The home run for Manny in the second is 30th of the year. And his second season as a member of the Red Sox. Holds off and it evens up at 1-1 to Manny Ramirez. Here's Manny last year in his first season with the Red Sox had 41 home runs. And this year missing better than a month after the finger injury that took place on May the 11th in Seattle, and right now with 30 home runs.
Well, if Manny gets hot these last couple of weeks, and hot I mean by hitting a lot of home runs, he could easily move up to somewhere around 4th in the league. Palmeiro's 3rd at 40, Tommy 45, and of course A-Rod at 54. But you got Soriano, Giambi, Chavez, all in the mid-30s.
He's got a shot for the batting title, though. At 334 on the season, behind Mike Sweeney at 339, and then Bernie Williams at 337. Fouled off the right side, back and out of play. Ramirez, the highest he's hit in his career, 351 as a member of the Cleveland Indians. In 118 games in his last year as a member of the Cleveland Indians.
Not the year that he was out for a long time with a hamstring problem, but still put up incredible numbers once he got back off the DL.
That's correct. 314 career batting average with 307 home runs and over 1,000 RBIs. Reaching that milestone this season. Goes the opposite way like only Manny can. Somehow got it through the right side into right. His second hit and the 5th of the day for the Red Sox.
Of course, a lot of those numbers by Ramirez put up playing for Mike Hargrove, who is now the manager, of course, of the Baltimore Orioles. Had a little cut fastball down and away, and Ramirez will cover the whole plate. That ball just about maybe 4 or 5 inches outside. Still gets a good part of the bat out and gets the base hit. There's a Hargrove who had Manny in Cleveland.
And he was quoted recently as saying that he would take Manny Ramirez all over again and thinks that he is truly a winner and would take him on his ball club anytime. He had heard some of the things that have been said lately about Manny and really jumped to his defense very quickly as the guy that has spent more time as the manager for Manny in Cleveland. Ramirez incidentally up to 338 with the 2-for-2 showing so far today. Floyd's in the hole, nothing in 2. Those are pretty good teams that Mike Hargrove had over there that Manny Ramirez was a very big part of, smack dab in the middle of his lineup, winning several division championships in Cleveland. And Manny has come here to Boston, and Mike Hargrove has gone to Baltimore. And for Mike Hargrove, it's been very disappointing being at the helm of the Baltimore Orioles that really have not fielded a very good team over the years that he's been a manager there. Floyd goes the opposite way with authority to left. Big B looks up, and it'll grab the wall. Manny's headed for third. Floyd's thinking too, and he's in standing. Wall ball double, the second double for Cliff Floyd.
Cliff Floyd, now in a Red Sox uniform, has 44 hits, and 19 of those have been doubles. He finds a left field here at Fenway very appealing. You don't have to hit it that well to the opposite field to plant it off that wall. Hentgen obviously not happy with those results. A couple of quick outs in this inning, but now back-to-back hits by Ramirez and Floyd.
It looked as if Pat Hentgen was going to enjoy his first 1-2-3 inning of his outing. After getting Hillenbrand and Garcia Parra very quickly, but Ramirez with a single, Floyd with a double, and now this bounces in on Daubach, who takes ball one.
Manny, of course, the all-time leader in home runs when he left Cleveland. Jim Thome, now the all-time leader.
Daubach walked his first time, one of 2 walks given up by Pat Hentgen so far as he misses inside. Pat Hentgen obviously not back to being the Pat Hentgen we have seen in the past as he works his way back from Tommy John surgery. Just his second start of the year. And it's 2-1 now to Daubach. Lost his first outing and trying to fare better today. Had a 1-0 advantage, but the Red Sox got to him for 3 last inning and maybe more this inning with 2 in scoring position and 2 down. 3-1 to Daubach. Varitek waits on deck. Now the 3-1. This is inside of the second time Daubach has worked the walk. It's the 3rd walk yielded by Pat Hentgen, and it loads the bases. This will also bring Mark Wiley, the pitching coach, out again.
Number 33, the catcher, Jason.
No action right now in the bullpen for the Orioles.
Travis Driscoll up last inning, but he has since sat down. Mark Wiley, one of the coaches that Mike Hargrove brought in that had been with him in Cleveland in the past, and we alluded to it earlier that there are reports out of Baltimore that Mike Hargrove and his entire staff will be invited back next year, and there was some wondering whether that would be the case. It's been another tough year for the Orioles. They have lost 18 of their last 19 and kind of creeping towards the finish line. 65-81 on the year. But Hargrove is all set, according to the owner of the Baltimore Orioles, as well as his staff for next year.
Oh, don't forget, about a month ago, we were talking that possibly Hargrove would get some Manager of the Year votes. As good as the Orioles are playing, but they have hit a rough time since then.
It was about a month ago that they were 63-63, and that's really when this 18 out of 19 stretch took place. Jason Varitek singled to center field his first time and drove in a run. One and one to Varitek. Manny Ramirez at third, Cliff Floyd at second, Brian Daubach at first. And 2 outs in the inning. The 1-1 from Hentgen. Strike 2 to Varitek. Outfield set up straight away. The wind is gusting out towards the wall and left. The 1-2 off speed, and they got him. Varitek strikes out to leave him loaded. Second strikeout for Pat Hentgen. We played 3 from Fenway. Red Sox on top 3-1.
Oh, I gotta get one of those.
I've got to get one of those.
The 2002 Lincoln LS V8 Sport. Get over $8,600 in finance savings with 0% financing for 60 months. There are those who travel and those who travel well.
With their incredible power, sleek design, and affordable prices, Gateway's new computers are a great value. But now they're a better value than ever, because right now you can get a free printer or scanner with the purchase of select Gateway desktops. 1-800-GATEWAY for details.
Sarah bought a new Kia Sportage. Came with 3 airbags and 24-hour roadside assistance. Trish bought a Honda CR-V. 2 airbags, no roadside assistance. Sarah's Sportage came with a 10-year warranty. Trish's Honda, just 3. And yet Sarah paid thousands less than poor Trish.
Jill, will you shut it?
Oh, Trish is upset. Is it because Sarah's been dating her ex-boyfriend?
The 2002 Kia Sportage. Visit your Eastern New England Kia retailers through September 30th.
Sunday, 2 of the NFL's top teams collide. The New York Giants head to St. Louis with revenge on their minds as they face the most powerful offense in the league in Kurt Warner and the Rams. The NFL on Fox tomorrow at 4 on Fox 25. Got Hentgen able to get out of a pretty messy jam last inning. A bases loaded situation with 2 outs, striking out Varitek. Had to throw a lot of pitches in that 3rd inning, however, to get out of the jam, and he's now thrown 59 through 3 innings. So on to the 4th for Derek Lowe, who gave up a run back in the 1st inning, but since then has retired 7 Orioles in a row. Deals with 3, 4, and 5 in the Baltimore Oriole order. Chris Richard leads it off and takes ball 1. Richard bounced to shortstop his first time up. And Lowe falls behind 2-0. He wants a new baseball from Bruce Fremming. For a strike, and the count is 2-1. Richard, the DH today for the Orioles. And Lowe falls behind 3-1. Hitting on deck, Tony Batista, the cleanup hitter for Baltimore, singled his first time up. Well, the first walk of the day given up by Derek Lowe. Let's pause for station identification on the Fox 25 Red Sox network.
You're watching WFXT Fox 25 Boston, home of the Red Sox.
The third baseman, Tony Batista.
Don Orsillo and Jerry Remy at Fenway Park. Our producer is Russ Ken, director John Wilson, associate producer Dave Corris. And a lovely fall afternoon in downtown Boston, where the Red Sox enjoy a 3-1 lead into the 4th.
When did it turn fall?
Well, it hasn't, I guess, technically, if you're looking at the calendar, but it seems fall.
Don't rush it, Don.
Did you feel it, though? There's a little bit of.
It feels like summer. It's beautiful.
There's a little rawness in the air. Could it be the air conditioning that's in here?
That possibly could be it.
Because I'm feeling rawness. Now, Lowe walked Richard to begin the inning, and now he's falling behind Batista 2-0. That's what it is. I get closer to the window, it's warmer. I go back into your frozen studio / booth, and it's cold. You're like David Letterman. You have to keep it at like 40 degrees.
Yeah, exactly. You concentrate better in cold temperatures. And don't rush fall. It'll be here soon enough.
The 2-0 to Batista. It's in there for a strike. 2-1. Richard with his lead at first, held on by Daubach as Lowe misses away. Snap throw to first, and Richard able to get back. Derek Lowe here all of a sudden has fallen into some control problems, and he's going to switch balls again.
Now, most of the time in a game that Lowe pitches, 1 walk, 2 walks is a lot. He's had 1 5-walk game this year, but most of the time around 1 or 2.
With Tony Batista. He's been in the big leagues with Oakland, Arizona, Toronto, and now Baltimore as he goes lunging after that pitch. The 41 home run season for Batista. He was with the Blue Jays in 2000. Then after 72 games in 2001 with Toronto, he's picked up on waivers. Well, was planning on releasing him, and Baltimore picked him up. Finished the year last year with the Orioles. Chops it through the vacated right side into right field. Richard touches second. He's headed for third. The throw will go in that direction, but not nearly in time. So a walk and a hit, and the Orioles have runners at the corners with nobody out.
Pretty impressive hitting there by Batista. 3-2 count. Very defensive swing, trying to stay away from the strikeout. Just tries to make contact and puts that ball to the opposite field for the base hit. That ball down and away, and again Batista covering the plate, just trying to make contact. And a little first and third action for the Orioles here in the fourth inning.
So Tony Batista's 2 for 2, and it brings up Jake Gibbons, a right fielder, grounded back to the mound his first time. Right back to Lowe. He's got the runner at third. Richard hung up. Zaveritek, who will run him back. Now Batista's running to third. Can they get a double play? No, the ball is dropped. And they will get the lead runner, as it turns out. Lowe did exactly what you're supposed to do and run right at the base runner. And they get Richard out. Batista gets to third. Up to second goes Gibbons with now one down.
That's a good exchange for the Orioles. That's why at third base in that situation you go. You want to stay away from a double play. You don't mind getting that guy out at home plate. So what happens here is they get the one out, but instead they get 2 men in a scoring position. Now Veritek does the best he possibly can. He's going to run him back toward third base, make the tag, but Batista will just get in there before the underhand flip. So that's a good exchange for Baltimore. By trying to stay away from the double play, they get 2 men in scoring position. Always looks bad for that runner at third, like he got caught in a rundown. That's what he's supposed to do in that situation.
Batista at third, Gibbons at second, now one away. And here's Jeff Conine, who popped out to the second baseman his first time. Conine was 2 for 4 in the first game of the series here last night. Spent some time on the DL this year. He's placed on the DL June 15th with a strained right hamstring. He was activated on August the 7th. Over the last 30 games, he's hit at .345. He's come back strong after his stint on the DL. In there for a strike, and it's 2-1 now to Conine.
He's got pretty good numbers too against Lowe. 313 in the start this game. He did pop up back in the second inning.
To center field. That'll fall for a base hit. In from third comes Batista. Gibbons will be stopped. A run in for Baltimore, and they get back within a run. It's now 3-2 Red Sox.
Now this game should be tied right now. That was a bad read by Gibbons at second base. You know, one of the jobs you have as a base runner, you've got to turn around and see how deep the outfield is playing, and that should be an easy one, because when you look out towards center field, you get a good look at how deep Johnny Damon was, but he didn't read it well off the bat. He hesitated, and for that reason they could not score him. That's a break for the Red Sox. Only 1 run in, and still a double play in order for Derek Lowe.
Tony Cloninger, who served his suspension, the 1-game suspension. It originally was 2, but he got it knocked down to 1, and Tony served it last night. Bob Kipper, the bullpen coach, came in and served as the pitching coach last night. And Tony going to the mound for the first time today.
Number 3, the left fielder, Larry Bigby.
So Jay Gibbons is at third, Jeff Conine at first. 1 out of the inning. Here's Larry Bigby, who struck out his first time up. 1 of 3 strikeouts today for Derek Lowe. Chopped up over the mound. Sanchez is there trying to start the double play. Nomar on the first. They turn it. So an inning-ending double play for the Red Sox. The Orioles get 1 back. We're through 3.5 from Fenway, and the Red Sox lead it 3-2.
Okay, folks, let's get this party started. Call Seattle. Get McGregor on the phone.
Calling him now.
Morning.
Good morning.
Sir.
This is Scott McGregor. I'll be out of the office all day. Please leave a message.
That's not like McGregor.
McGregor's not there?
Great.
Excuse me, there's a Mr. McGregor here to see you.
With Southwest Airlines last-minute fares, you'll never pay more than $2.99 one way. So why would you fly with anyone else?
You are now free to move about the country.
I'm gonna get up and out and wow. Love myself today, not like yesterday. I'm cool, I'm calm, I'm gonna be okay. I love myself today, not like yesterday. Take another look at
Get 0% APR on every new 2003 GMC. See dealer for restrictions. Upgrade to professional grade. See the pros at your local GMC dealers.
The new Mohegan Sun. Come play.
The league leaders are brought to you by your local Lincoln Mercury dealers. Well, Derek Lowe with a 2.07 earned run average in home games this season for the Red Sox, including the no-hitter. Joel Pinheiro, 2.24 earned run average. It's a Padilla on the other side for the Phillies at 2.19. A.J. Burnett, who had a no-hitter in his career, 2.20 for the Marlins. Johnson, Schmidt, and Roy Oswalt for the Houston Astros. League leaders brought to you by Lincoln Mercury. On now to the last of the fourth inning. Red Sox on top by a run, 3-2. Nixon, Sanchez, and Damon featured here in the last of the fourth inning. And the breaking ball in there for strike one. Nixon walked his first time and then was erased on a double play. Baltimore has turned two. This is chopped right side. Conine takes the high hop, and he'll do so alone for the inning's first out.
Well, a key play last inning was not scoring Jay Gibbons. He did not have a chance to score. The third base coach couldn't wave him on. That kept the double play in order. The Red Sox get the double play and still have the lead in the ball game.
Number 13, the second baseman, Ray Sanchez.
Here's Ray Sanchez, who grounded into a double play back in the second inning. He's 0 for 1. Thinking got 2 quick outs last inning, and then the Red Sox loaded the bases on him on a single, a double, and a walk. But he was able to get out of the jam by striking out Jason Varitek, and the Red Sox left him loaded. This is fouled off the right side, and that'll reach the roof above the sky boxes to our right. Chris Singleton in center field is very shallow. The center fielder for the Orioles, the most shallow of the 3 outfielders.
Yeah, that's about as shallow as you'll see a center fielder play. With Sanchez at the plate. Usually you see the right fielder in even closer than Gibbons.
Sanchez with a one hopper to Conine, who'll take it alone again. He's handled the first 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th inning. So 2 quick outs kind of mirrors what we saw last inning from Pat Hentgen. Go up to the top of the order for Johnny Damon, who's grounded out and popped out. He's 0 for 2.
Now you've got to like the way both these pitches go about it. Lowe and Hentgen both get the ball back on the rubber and ready to throw.
This is popped up again. Hentgen caught it last time, and he'll do it again. An 8-pitch inning for Pat Hentgen. Quick and easy as the Red Sox go in order. They're through 4. It's 3-2 Boston. You're watching the Fox 25 Red Sox Network.
important stories.
Breaking news story right now from Boston.
Nuclear power plants have been ordered to step up security.
Big events.
Thousands of janitors are bracing for a strike. Longtime Providence Mayor Buddy Cianci's political career appears to be over.
Serious weather.
Riptides and large swells, winds over 60 miles per hour.
Powerful investigation.
This threat is being taken seriously. Controversy brewing on Beacon Hill as well over the Massachusetts State Lottery.
Every night, news you need to know. Every night, Fox 25 News at 10.
McDonald's is now at the Patriots' new home, Gillette Stadium, and to celebrate, they're adding 2 limited-time items to their everyday dollar menu. In the morning, get a hot and tasty egg and cheese bagel. Later, get a doubly delicious bacon double cheeseburger. Each are just $1. The Patriots and McDonald's, a winning combination.
Design, innovation, dependability. These are the building blocks for the new 2003 Chevy cars and trucks. And now you can get 0% APR on every 2003 Chevy, including Trailblazer, Tahoe, Cavalier, and Impala. That's 0 APR on every 2003 Chevy. New ideas, a solid reputation, and the motivation you need to make it happen. See your local Chevy dealer.
Beginning September 16th, afternoons are changing on Fox 25. At 4, Fox News' Rob Nelson is putting a new spin on talk shows. Then Fox 25 News at 4:30 is moving to 5 o'clock. You get all the news of the day, plus information that matters to you. The Fox 25 News at 5 with Jody Applegate starting Monday, September 16th, right here on Fox 25. Don Orsillo and Jerry Remy back at Fenway Park with the Red Sox on top 3-2 as we head to the top of the 5th inning. And Derek Lowe still enjoys a 1-run lead. It's 3-2 as we head to the 5th. Geronimo Heel, Mike Bordick, and Jerry Hairston to bat here in the 5th inning. Geronimo Heel has racked up 11 home runs on the season. The Orioles catcher. 4 of them have come against the Boston Red Sox.
And 3 of them against Frank Castillo, right?
That is correct. Neil Lover, Low off the mound, sets and throws to get Heel in plenty of time. So Heel's 0 for 2, and that'll bring up the number 9 hitter Mike Bordick.
Number 14, the shortstop.
Mike Bordick, who has enjoyed his time in Baltimore after several successful seasons here, 97 through 2000. He went very briefly to the Mets in 2000, part of the Subway Series and the World Series, and then came back to Baltimore as a free agent the very next year. Came up for the first time in the majors with the Oakland A's back in 1990.
Don't forget when they wanted Ripken to originally move to third base, and at that time they thought Manny Alexander was going to be the replacement, and that didn't sit well with Ripken. You know, he said, if you're going to put somebody over there, he's got to be better than me. Bordick ended up taking that spot, and Ripken moving to third base.
Seems like every couple of years they had another guy in Rochester at the AAA level who they're going to move Cal for. There was a guy who played for the Red Sox briefly who spent more time in Pawtucket. George Bell's brother Juan Bell was one of those guys that they were going to move Cal for.
That's right. I remember that.
At one point. 1-2 is just outside of first and foul. But Bordick really was worthy of moving Cal Ripken over to third base at that point.
And now Bordick breaks Ripken's errorless game streak by 96 games. Coming into today's action, and he's clean so far today.
The 1-2 from Derek Lowe. Got him. 4th strikeout of the day for Derek Lowe. 2 down in the top of the 5th inning.
Looked like a changeup that time from Lowe to pick up the strikeout against Bordick. Changeup down and away from Mike.
The second baseman, Jerry Hairston.
What an accomplishment this will be for Lowe if he's able to pick up his 20th win today.
Jerry Hairston's 0 for 2 as he sends this one. He swings and misses at this one, down 0-1. He's popped out, grounded out so far. For a strike at the beginning of the year, somebody told you, and this could happen, that both Pedro and Derek would end up with 20 wins each, that the Red Sox would not be going to the postseason?
No. I did predict, though, I will say this, that Lowe would become the #2 starter in this team, but I'd never imagined him being a 20-game winner. I thought somewhere around 14, 15 wins would be a great year for Lowe.
Very difficult to understand. You take a look at the two pitchers that may both be 20-game winners. Quick strikeout for Derek Lowe. We'll talk more about it next inning. It's a 1-2-3 inning. 5 Ks for Lowe. Halfway through this one, Red Sox on top 3-2.
Now during the Caravan Summer Clearance Event, get 0% financing for 60 months on Dodge Caravan or a $3,000 cash allowance on Caravan, America's original minivan. With 0% financing for 60 months, it's never been easier to get into one. Plus, grab Dodge's 770 powertrain limited warranty. Ford, Chevy, Honda, and Toyota don't match it. Grab life in a Dodge Caravan and grab 0% financing during the Caravan Summer Clearance Event. So don't wait.
Come on, hon, just tell me what soaps you want. This isn't really my kind of place.
Dad, I told you, lilac.
Lilac? Just use the stuff I got at the hotel.
Dad.
That's Nextel, right?
Yeah, it's...
And the chamomile, too, and honeysuckle.
How about just some soap-scented soap?
It's that cell phone with the walkie-talkie, right?
Yeah.
So cool.
You should do their commercials.
Commercials? I want to be a serious actress.
Ask anybody, what's the best time of year to get yourself a new Toyota? Well, that time is here.
Ask someone who drives one. There's nothing better than year-end closeout values on new Toyotas. It's your final opportunity to get special 0% APR financing on Tundra with the highest overall safety rating of any full-size pickup. You could save thousands, or you could save thousands with special 0% APR on select Tacoma 4x4s. See your New England Toyota dealer before the Toyota you want is gone. Hurry. It ends September 30th.
It's time to go around the bases, brought to you by Budweiser, with the crisp, clean, refreshing taste you'll find in no other beer. This Bud's for you. Alfonso Soriano setting the AL record for home runs by a second baseman today with his 37th home run of the year. A chance to be a 40-40 man. The first second baseman to be a 30-30 man already. He joined Bonds, A-Rod, and Canseco, the only other 40-40 men. This is wrapped right to third on a hop, and Batista gets up and throws out Hillenbrand.
Second time that Hillenbrand has hit a bullet down to Batista today. The first time the line drive tipped right off his glove for a base hit. This time Batista returns the favor, makes a nice play on the one hop. Spins around and has time to throw out Hillenbrand at first base. Quick reactions by Batista. The one crossover step, the dive, and the good solid throw to first base to record the out.
Omar is 0 for 2 today. He's grounded into a double play and has popped out to the shortstop. And it evens up at 1-1. Now back briefly to what we were talking about last inning. Perhaps 2 20-game winners. Omar having a good season. Manny Ramirez with a chance at the batting title. And I guess the biggest question mark come out of spring training was the health of Pedro and Jason Varitek coming back after losing last season, and Omar. Everybody's healthy, but unfortunately right now things are not looking very good for the Red Sox.
Have you given up hope, Don?
No, not yet. Not until we are officially eliminated. Mordick gets short, sidearms it to first, and Omar's out number 2. But that said, if you take a look at everything that's gone on this season on paper, the health of the ball club, it is kind of surprising that they're not in better standings than they are right now.
Especially after the start that this team had. I mean, you know, you figured they've just played decent baseball the rest of the way. easily they make the playoffs. But that has not been the case, and they find themselves, what, 8.5 games being the wild card behind coming in today's action.
Especially the road victories, too, and the way that has gone on the season, a major league leading 46-28. Why it is that they have not done well here at Fenway is tough to figure out. Just 2 games over 500 here at Fenway Park. Manny Ramirez is 2 for 2, a home run and a single.
Well, let's see. Who does more games here at home? Is it Fox 25 or is it Nesson?
I know where you're going with this, and I'm not sure.
It's probably Nesson, right? So we can blame Nesson. We got to blame something.
Do you want to blame Nesson?
Well, we've heard every other excuse. Why don't we just blame Nesson?
I'm not going to go along with that, actually. That was Jerry Remy, R-E-M-Y.
You know, that little act's getting tiring. Every time the people can hear.
I just want to clear it up. There are times when they're probably not sure who's talking. Manny turns on this deep and far to the left, and when it comes down, the Red Sox have a 2-run lead. Ramirez with 2 today so far. It's home run number 31, and the Red Sox lead it 4-2.
Well, it's amazing how quickly the tide turns when you hit home runs. Red Sox Nation was a bit unhappy with Manny after the last road trip, but back 2 home runs in this ball game, and a standing ovation as he rounds the bases.
Cliff Floyd has doubled twice today as he sends his foul back below us. And Ramirez with 2 today, and you're talking about him getting hot in terms of home runs. Well, he's gotten off to a great start today. And it is his 7th multi-home run game of the year. In his 34th career for Manny Ramirez. Floyd sends it foul off the left side. He's in the hole, 0-2. Pat Hentgen got 2 quick outs, and Hillenbrand and Garcia Parra on ground outs, but Manny Ramirez takes him deep. Floyd to right, his 3rd hit. This time it's a single. And Floyd's 3 for 3. Boston's 8th hit off Pat Hentgen.
Floyd really has been hot recently. Had a tremendous series down there against the Devil Rays, and now 3 straight hits in this ball game. 0 for 2 last night, but had to come out early after getting hit in the elbow. Floyd's going to be interesting in the offseason. Whether the Red Sox will have a desire to sign him or whether he'll have a desire to stay here in Boston. Been some talk about possibly returning him to first base, which he hasn't played in a number of years. Mike Port, Red Sox general manager, Jerry Kapstein, special advisor to baseball operations.
Brian Daubach has walked twice in the ball game and gets his 3rd look at Pat Hentgen. You would think that Cliff Floyd is going to command some pretty big dollars, I would think, here.
Yeah, we'll see how the market is this season. It's going to be a little bit different. It's been a whole new experience for Floyd playing in front of people. Think about, the last couple of years in Florida, and then that brief stint up in Montreal. You would have to think that that's appealing to a player.
He's hit at .346 with the Red Sox, and the question I had when he first came over, having never faced American League pitching, is how he would adapt. He's adapted well. Daubach sends it to left. This may grab the wall and does. Floyd heading for 3rd to be stopped there by Cubbage. Daubach into second, a wild throw, but it's backed up by Conine. It's a wall ball double for Brian Daubach. Floyd stops at 3rd, and the Red Sox got something going here with 2 down and a run already in.
It's happened a couple of times in this game to Hentgen, where he's got a couple of quick outs, but having a difficult time getting the final out. Home run, single, now double from Daubach going to the opposite field. Daubach's done that a couple of times now on this brief homestand where he has used the opposite field, which left-handers really should do it here at Fenway Park. There's that high throw, but nobody's able to advance as it's backed up. Mark Wiley, the pitching coach, back out as there is action down in the bullpen.
Third visit for Mark Wiley out to talk to Pat Hentgen. As Travis Driscoll was up earlier, he is up again. The right-handed pitcher in the Baltimore bullpen. It's a 2-run advantage for the Red Sox. And looking to add on to it here with 2 down in the last of the 5th inning. Pat Hentgen had calmed down quite a bit prior to the home run by Manny Ramirez. He had retired 6 in a row and enjoyed his first 1-2-3 inning of his effort in the 4th. Got the first 2 outs of this inning, and then Manny Ramirez hits the home run, the 2nd of the day. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Boston Red Sox and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. In addition, the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Boston Red Sox. Jason Varitek, who was 1 for 2. First base is open with Cliff Floyd standing at third. Brian Daubach at second. And the 1-0. 2-0. Red Sox beginning the day hitting at .279, second only to the Anaheim Angels in hitting. Red Sox third in earned run average at 3.79 behind Anaheim and Oakland. Inside Varitek, 3-0. Trent Nixon waits on deck. Riley will go to the phone and check on Driscoll. The 4-pitch walk to Jason Varitek. First base had been vacant. It'll be occupied by Varitek on the 4th walk of the day, given up by Pat Hentgen. Well, the Red Sox left him loaded in the 3rd when Varitek struck out. We'll see what Trot Nixon can do with 2 down and the bases loaded. Nixon has walked and grounded out to first base. In the dirt, ball 1. Right fielder Jay Gibbons is pretty deep out in right, and they're playing straight away for the left-handed hitting Nixon. On the corner, and it's 1-1. Remember a game here in 2000 where Trot Nixon with the bases loaded against the Baltimore Orioles in a game much like this, a 5 o'clock start time at Fenway Park, in which Nixon took a walk with the bases loaded, and the Red Sox won in 10 against the Orioles. Well, 1-1. And this is inside, and the count is 2-1. And the reason I remember that was because it was my first game. It was right here on Fox 25.
Is that right?
Yep. A lot of people think the no-hitter was my first game. That's not the case. As was filling in for Sean in 2000. And Nixon walked that time. We'll see what he does here. 2-1 the count. 3-1 to Nixon. And Hentgen's trying to throw a strike.
Hentgen got that pitch earlier in the count, but didn't get on the 2-1 pitch. Nice spot to be in for Nixon. Bases loaded. 3-1 count. That was a strike earlier in the count, not this time.
Well, Nixon has walked 5 times in his career with the bases loaded. The 3-1. Swing and a miss, full count.
Hentgen going to the changeup on the 3-1 count.
Hentgen has walked 6 in his career with the bases loaded. Floyd at third, Daubach at second, and Jason Varitek at first with 2 down. They'll be off with a full count. A payoff pitch into right field for a base hit. Floyd will scamper home from third. Here comes Daubach. He'll score, and the Red Sox lead it 6-2. Trot Nixon drives in a pair. Well, Mark Wiley had been out 3 times to visit Hentgen. This is the first visit for Mike Hargrove. And the last visit is gone as Pat Hentgen 4 2/3 into this one. And he's homered in this inning. He's got 2 in the game, and the Red Sox lead it 6-2.
Like things fast? Rapid Rewards from Southwest Airlines, the fastest way to a free ticket. Get your ticket even faster with double credit when you rent your car from Budget at southwest.com.
You are now free to move about the country.
Hurry in now for big closeout deals on every 2002 Mercury in stock.
Get 0% APR financing on this versatile Mountaineer with a disappearing third-row seat. 0% APR on this value-pack Sable with a 5-star safety rating. Announcing 0% APR financing for up to 60 months or $2,500 cash back on selected 2002 Mercury vehicles. The Mercury Model Year Closeout. Big savings on every model for everyone at your Mercury dealer now.
In 3 days, the biggest animated movie of the year.
Oh, I don't believe it!
Is finally on DVD and video.
Isn't that nice?
Disney and Pixar's Monsters, Inc. Own it on DVD and video Monster Tuesday, September 17th.
What color are your teeth? Arm & Hammer Advanced White Toothpaste whitens your teeth with just 1 tube. Our whitening guide proves you can go from here to here. Arm & Hammer, whiter teeth, 1 tube, guaranteed.
Back at Fenway, 6-2, Red Sox on top. Pat Hentgen 4 2/3, 10 hits, 6 runs, 2 home runs, both to Manny Ramirez. He walked 4 and struck out 2. Still responsible for runners at the corners with 2 outs in the inning. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Nextel Direct Connect. Get right through. Call 1-800-NEXTEL9. Travis Driscoll on.
After 18 starts, moved to the bullpen. This will be his 26th appearance overall. 8-7 on the season. As a starter, was 8-6 with a 5.12 ERA. Opponents on the season hitting .289. He's allowed 19 home runs in 121 innings.
Well, Pat Hentgen struggled through his outing here today. Second outing back off the Tommy John surgery. Ray Sanchez becomes the 8th member of the Red Sox to bat here in the bottom of the 5th. They've scored 3 times so far. Ray is 0 for 2. He's grounded out twice. Travis Driscoll is 31 years of age. Signed by the Orioles as a minor league free agent prior to last season. Sanchez chops it to third. Batista goes to second to get the middleman in Nixon and to retire the side. But the Red Sox sent 8 to the plate, scored 3 times. We played 5. Boston on top 6-2.
Design, innovation, dependability. These are the building blocks for the new 2003 Chevy cars and trucks. And now you can get 0% APR on every 2003 Chevy, including Trailblazer, Tahoe, Cavalier, and Impala. That's 0 APR on every 2003 Chevy. New ideas, a solid reputation, and the motivation you need to make it happen. See your local Chevy dealer.
I was about to pull my boat out
when it happened. What? Normally a guy like this, I figure he gets what he deserves. But maybe I was just feeling generous.
Ford Super Duty always pulls its own weight and then some. And now with $2,000 cash back or 0% financing.
Well, that sank fast.
Like a rock.
Only at your New England Ford dealer.
Better on your plate, better in your mouth, better outside, better in your house. Better on the couch, better on your lawns, better get it now, better get Papa John's.
Sure, Papa John's makes an incredible pizza, but wait until you taste our new Papa's chicken strips. All white meat breast fillets, tender, crispy, and golden brown. Talk about perfect with your pizza. Hey, who's your Papa? Papa John's. Now get a large one-topping pizza and an order of Papa's chicken strips for just $13.99.
Better pizza, Papa John's.
Bernie Mac is back, and Boston's own Matt Damon is on the season premiere. Matt challenges Bernie to a round of golf with his partner, the Warrior Princess, Lucy Lawless. Will Bernie crack under the pressure? Find out on season premiere of The Bernie Mac Show, Wednesday, September 18th at 8. That's followed by the season premiere of Cedric the Entertainer on Fox 25. On to the top of the 6th inning, 6-2. Red Sox on top. And Derek Lowe back on the hill to face Chris Singleton, Chris Richard, and Tony Batista here in the 6th inning. Derek has now retired 4 Orioles in a row. Singleton shortening up to show bunt and takes ball 1. He's 1 for 2 and has scored 1 of 2 Baltimore runs. .70 pitches all told for Derek Lowe here into the 6th inning. Again, Singleton showing bunt, 2-0. Derek Lowe, winner last time out against Tampa Bay, in which he went 6 innings, giving up 3 earned runs. That was victory number 19. Today he's after number 20. This is sliced and just fair ball down that left field line. Kicks towards the 310 marker. Ramirez will dig it out. It's a leadoff double for Chris Singleton. And for just the 2nd time today, the Orioles have the lead man on.
Take one more look on replay and see if what the umpire was looking at down that left field line. The ball slicing toward foul territory. Wow. May have been foul.
The designated hitter.
I didn't see any chalk kick up down there.
I didn't either. Larry Poncino, who had the plate last night, working third base. So Singleton at second. Here's Chris Richard, who is 0 for 1 with a walk, and fouls it off at the plate. 0-1. Remarkable that today Derek Lowe, if he does pick up his 20th win, become the first Red Sox 20-game winner other than Pedro Martinez or Roger Clemens since Dennis Eckersley back in 1978, who was 20-8. But he would stand alone in this category. No pitcher in Major League history has ever gone from recording 40 or more saves in one season, then later in his career win 20 or more games as a starter. Of course, Derek saved 42 games for the Red Sox in 2000. And Dennis Eckersley was 28 and 8 in 78, and then went on to do the reverse, saving 45 in 1988. But to go this way, unprecedented, and something that Derek Lowe could do here today with his 20th victory of the season. In the 20-game winners over the last 50 years for the Red Sox, Louis Tiant 73, 74, and 75. And the great numbers of Roger Clemens. And he continues to get it done.
You're talking about Eckersley in 78. He was traded to the Red Sox during spring training that year and went on to become a 20-game winner.
In the dirt, and it's a full count. On deck is Tony Batista with a runner at second, nobody out, and a full count to Chris Richard. Struck him out. 6th strikeout for Derek Lowe. 1 away.
Change up from Derek Lowe to pick up the strikeout on the 3-2 count. Richard expecting to see the fastball, did not get it, and out in front on that swing. And with a strikeout, the hood lights up. Money for Children's Hospital.
One down, Singleton at second. Tony Batista's 2 for 2. He singled twice to right as he takes strike 1. This is chopped down with the shoe tops by Tony Batista, and it's 0-2. Derek Lowe, 6 strikeouts today. And 2 in the second inning, 1 in the third, 2 in the fifth, 1 in the 6th so far. He's walked 1. He's given up 5 hits today, 2 runs for the Orioles. And he's ahead of Batista 0-2. In the dirt outside, and it briefly gets away from Varitek. No advance for Singleton. Derek Lowe trying to become the second 20-game winner in the American League. Of course, Barry Zito, who's just been outstanding, and again last night, now has 21 to lead the American League. He's got 20 wins. The National League has 2 20-game winners, and they play for the same team. Kurt Schilling and Randy Johnson. Schilling with 23, and Randy Johnson with 21.
I saw a little bit of the highlights of Zito last night, and I'm telling you, man, that hook was nasty. I think it was Olerud who broke up the no-hitter for him late in the game.
Batista slaps it on the ground foul into the Boston dugout.
Oakland again winning today, beating Seattle 1-0. Is that Tim Hudson?
Yes, I believe so. Yes, it was against Jamie Moyer.
Wow.
One, 2, runner going. The ball is low, and the throw is not in time. Singleton steals third. And the at-bat for Tony Batista continues.
Bit of a gamble here, down by 4 runs, but Singleton had a pretty good jump at second base and picks up his 2nd steal of the ball game. See Hillenbrand trying to hold his position as long as he possibly can. Here's the throw, and never really did make the catch, did Hillenbrand. I think that surprised everybody, down by 4 runs and stealing third base.
Batista grounds it foul over by the fungo circle. 2-2 still. Batista's 2 for 2 in the game. He has 2 singles today to the opposite field off Derek Lowe. 2 of the 5 hits that Derek has given up in 5 1/3 innings of work. Now the 2-2. Batista fouls it and gets a piece of Varitek, but the at-bat continues.
See, Randy Johnson had another lousy day today, huh?
Let's say 17.
Yeah, 17 strikeouts against the Brewers. 5-0 win.
In the dirt outside. Batista doesn't chase, and it's a full count. Well, heading into the day, he was leading the National League with 300 Ks. You can add that now, 317 on the year. Randy Johnson and his shutout of the Brewers. Batista chases and got a piece, but foul tipped it into Veritek's mitt. Back-to-back Ks for Lowe. 7 in all. For the second consecutive season, H.B. Hood and the Boston Red Sox have teamed up to benefit Boston area hospitals through the Hood Home Team Advantage charity program. During every home game, every time the Red Sox strike out an opponent, make a double play or hit a home run, the Hood bottle on the right field roof lights up, signaling a $100 donation to be divided among 13 New England children's hospitals. And you may notice the new children's hospital sign above the Hood carton in right field. That's a new addition. I don't know if you noticed that with the dollar signs as well.
I did, Don. And so, in other words, after every strikeout, we're supposed to go ching ching because that's money.
That's right. And of course, donated and divided among 13 New England children's hospitals. Runner at third with 2 away. Back-to-back strikeouts for Derek Lowe. Grounded left side. Garcia-Parra plays the high hop, and Lowe gets out of the inning unscathed. 2 strikeouts and a groundout after the double by Singleton. And a man left at third. We're through 5 1/2, 6-2 Boston.
Spin car 1.
Go for 1.
Looks like we got some uninvited visitors flying in from the west.
Looking for a little preview, huh?
Better come on in and cover up that car right now.
Roger that. I'm at the 3rd turn. I'm coming in.
Introducing the much-anticipated all-new Accord from Honda.
More animals than you think have personality here, so it's hard not to feel a bond with them. I think everyone that works in the aquarium is very passionate about their work. The best care possible, the most innovative care. We actually have done some physical therapy on some of our animals. We have talked about bringing in an acupuncturist. We haven't gotten so far as doing massage, but there's a lot that some Blue Cross Blue Shield members get that we would like to incorporate with our animals. We're a very dedicated staff. I think the animals appreciate it.
I gotta get one of those.
I gotta get one of those.
The 2002 Lincoln LS V8 Sport. Get over $8,600 in finance savings with 0% financing for 60 months. There are those who travel and those who travel well.
What's the best way you can help someone who has diabetes? Get some sponsors and start walking. The big day is Saturday, September 21st. Fox 25's Kevin Lemanowitz and Maria Stefanos will kick off the Walk to Cure Diabetes at the Hat Shell in Boston. It's a fun day and a great way to raise research dollars for a cure. To get involved, just visit jdrf.org. Bottom of the 6th inning, Red Sox on top by 4, 6-2. Johnny Damon was the only member of the starting 9 not to bat in the 5th inning as the Red Sox sent 8 to the plate and scored 3 times, so he leads it off in the bottom of the 6th. Damon's 0 for 3. So 1 for 8 in this series against Baltimore, and quickly in the hole, 0-2.
10 years in the minor leagues for Travis Driscoll before making it to the major league roster.
Well, strikeout for him very quickly. He's come on and retired the 2 Red Sox that he has faced. It is the 3rd K of the day for Orioles pitching.
Looks like the changeup from Driscoll here to pick up the strikeout.
Number 29 is the 3rd baseman.
It's amazing. 10 pro seasons before getting to the major leagues. They must pay better in the minor leagues now. Days past, you couldn't hang around that long. You need to get a paycheck somewhere.
I think they do pay better. I don't think the pay is great by any means. Then it depends who you are and whether or not you're on the 40-man roster. That's also a factor. And Shea Hillenbrand is 1 for 3. There are also those now who play on AAA teams who have come back from the major leagues who make pretty good salaries just to hang around AAA teams. Jeff Manto is one of those guys who did well here with the Orioles and some other teams.
Yeah, he made a living down at AAA. Last time I saw him, he was with the Cleveland organization in the Buffalo
Bisons. And he hung in a good 5-6 years, making a pretty good paycheck at the AAA level. Bordick at shortstop. On to first to retire Hillenbrand. 2 down. And there are other options for those guys now too. You can go over and play in Japan. A lot of them do. A lot of
independent leagues.
Exactly.
How do they pay?
I don't think they pay very well.
Not too well.
Not as well as Japan, at least in those terms. 2 down for Nomar Garciaparra. He's been held hitless today. He's grounded out twice, popped out. Travis Driscoll trying to make it a 1-2-3 inning, and he's done it. Soft liner snared on the backhand by Tony Batista. Red Sox down in order in the 6th. On top, 6-2.
That makes a good defense is good pitching, but what wins is the sport.
The average American family has its share of disagreements.
She wants to get her belly button pierced.
No. But there is one thing they can all agree on. Ford Focus. It's anything but average. Just ask Car and Driver. They say it's one of the 10 best cars 3 years in a row. With 4 distinct models, Focus has something for everyone. Now get zero financing for 60 months during the Ford authorized clearance at your New England Ford dealer.
I know everything. I'm your dad. Yeah, right.
Hi, I'm Keith Hernandez.
And I'm Walt Clyde Frazier.
What a marvelous night for the action.
Let's go to the play-by-play.
Oh, there's Mr. Graybeard approaching Miss Hottie. Oh, no.
Rejected.
Clyde, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah, no play for Mr. Gray. Get that man our Just for Men Brush In Color Gel.
It's specially formulated to penetrate coarse facial hair and gets rid of gray in 5 easy minutes.
Gets rid of strikeouts, too. Just for Men Gel. The Rejuvenator.
Sarah bought a new Kia Sportage. It came with 3 airbags and 24-hour roadside assistance. Trish bought a Honda CR-V. 2 airbags, no roadside assistance. Sarah's Sportage came with a 10-year warranty. Trish's Honda, just 3. And yet Sarah paid thousands less than poor Trish.
Jill, will you shut it?
Oh, Trish is upset. Is it because Sarah's been dating her ex-boyfriend?
The 2002 Kia Sportage. Visit your Eastern New England Kia retailers through September 30th.
Back at Fenway, the Red Sox have the 6-2 lead here in the top of the 7th inning. A lot of kids up there enjoying the ball game today and happy to be on TV. Well, the out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by your friendly New England Dodge dealers. The Yankees took one on the chin, 8-1. Clemens, the losing pitcher in that ball game. Roger now 12-6 on the season. Hudson gets the win. 1-0 Athletics. They are hooked up with the Angels for first place. Nobody really cares here. Royals 5-1 over the Tigers. Nobody really cares here except family members. Twins and Indians later on tonight. And the Rangers and the Angels. The National League, the Reds 3-1 winners over the Cubs. The Astros, Jimmy, come on. That's back-to-back losses not in the Cardinals. They fall, what, 7.5 back now. Dodgers 16-3 over the Rockies. They were hooked up with the Giants. They were a game behind the Giants coming in today's play. The Diamondbacks, 17 strikeouts today for Randy Johnson, a 3-hitter, 5-0 shutout over the Brewers. And the Braves, well, they've won their division many moons ago. They'll play the Marlins tonight, and the Mets against the Expos. 200 people expected for that one. Pirates and Phillies also tonight. Battle of Pennsylvania. And the big game for the Giants tonight is they'll play the Padres at 10:05 Eastern Time. That's the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by your friendly New England Dodge dealers. For more details, read the paper.
Garcia throws on to Daubach for the first out of the inning. Jeff Conine is gone. I enjoyed the commentary in each one of those. That was terrific.
You know, you give the basics. I mean, there's certain scores nobody cares about around here. There are others they do care about. Anytime Roger loses, people care about that.
The left fielder, Larry Bigby.
4 in a row retired by Derek Lowe. One down here in the top of the 7th inning. Larry Bigby, he's 0 for 2. He struck out in the 2nd. And grounded into a double play in the 4th inning. And look out. That is lashed foul. And it's now 0-2. So Larry Bigby, he'll be followed by Geronimo Gil in the inning. As the Orioles trail by 4, down 6-2, batting here in the 7th inning. Chopper again towards Nomar. The hop is there. The throw is there. He threw a bullet to first, 2 down.
One correction we'd like to make on that scoreboard that we just showed you. We had the Texas-Anaheim game tonight. That's actually in progress right now, and Anaheim leads that ball game 7-6. That is in the 7th inning. They've come from behind in that game to take the lead. So they're trying to match Oakland and remain tied for first place out there in the American League West. For more details, read the paper.
2 down. Geronimo Gil struck out in the 2nd. He grounded back to the mound in the 5th. He's 0 for 2. I also enjoyed your attendance prediction in the Mets Expos game.
That should be heavily populated tonight up in Montreal.
The 0-1 to Gil. That'll just miss. 1-1.
I wonder in Montreal if those two, that elderly couple that sits at the first base side, and every half inning she takes a swig out of her bottle that she brings with the ballpark with her. It's not Coca-Cola, it's not Pepsi, there's some liquid in there that every half inning, and by the end of the game, they like stagger out of the ballpark. Did you ever see that?
No.
Season ticket holders, they sit down the first base line. They're the only 2 down there.
No, that's probably the way you need to get through being an Expos season ticket holder.
It's a big game for the Mets tonight. They are now 23 behind Atlanta, trying to get their 71st win of the season.
The 1-2. Gil foul tips it, and Veritek can't hold on. Still 1-2. So let's get a little darker here at Fenway Park. The 5:05 start time at Fenway, and we're into the top of the 7th inning. Red Sox on top 6-2. Derek Lowe has retired 5 in a row. He has 7 strikeouts in this one. He's walked 1. And 5 hits. He's given up 2 runs. Chopped softly left side. Nomar trying to handle all 3 in the inning, and he does so. A little help from Daubach each time, and it's a 1-2-3 7th inning. 7th inning stretch time from Fenway. 6-2 Red Sox. You're watching the Fox 25 Red Sox Network.
Fox 25 News at 10.
There are breaking developments tonight.
The best on the air.
White powder to 11 different police stations.
Rich with content.
New concerns about West Nile. Over 2 inches of rain.
And teeming with pictures.
A female police officer shot in the line of duty.
Every night, news you need to know.
I'm David Wade.
And I'm Maria Stefano.
Every night, Fox 25 News at 10.
Hurry in now for big closeout deals on every 2002 Mercury in stock. Get 0% APR financing on this versatile Mountaineer with a disappearing 3rd row seat. 0% APR on this value pack Sable with a 5-star safety rating. Announcing 0% APR financing for up to 60 months or $2,500 cash back on selected 2002 Mercury vehicles. The Mercury Model Year Closeout. Big savings on every model for everyone at your Mercury dealer now.
Better on your plate, better in your mouth, better outside, better in your house. Better on the couch, better on your lawn. Better get it now, better get Papa John's.
Sure, Papa John's makes an incredible pizza, but wait until you taste our new Papa's chicken strips. All white meat breast fillets, tender, crispy, and golden brown. Talk about perfect with your pizza. Hey, who's your Papa? Papa John's. Now get a large one-topping pizza and an order of Papa's chicken strips for just $13.99.
Better pizza, Papa John's.
Strahan and the Giants. Warner and the Rams.
Sunday at 4 on Fox 25.
Boston Red Sox baseball on Fox 25 is brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts. Stop by today and try a Dunkin' Donuts delicious hearty new steak, egg, and cheese sandwich. It's been a terrific day so far into the early evening hours for Manny Ramirez, who's hit 2. A solo home run in the second inning to lead it off against Pat Hentgen for his 30th home run of the year. Then in the 5th inning with 2 outs, Manny would also stroke a solo home run off Pat Hentgen. His 31st of the year, and the Red Sox lead it 6-2 as Manny strides to the plate to lead it off in the last of the 7th inning. He will face Travis Driscoll, who has retired all 4 Red Sox that he has faced, retiring the side in order in the 6th inning. He's back out there for the 7th. Ramirez, Floyd, and Daubach, the expected trio in the inning. And it's popped up foul back off the right side.
Well, that could be the afternoon for Derek Lowe. He's at 103 pitches in this ball game, and Embry throwing in the Red Sox bullpen.
Well, Derek has averaged 95 pitches on the season in his outings, and today at 103, as Jerry mentioned. The 0-1 from Travis Driscoll. Manny hits it on the ground, and Batista to his left sets and throws out Manny. Nice rangy play turned in by Tony Batista. 1 down.
Defense on this Oriole club pretty good. They're 4th in the league defensively. They've only made 83 errors on the season, and Batista at third base with 16 errors. Shows a little range here going to his left. And again, the accurate throw to first base to Jeff Conine. Conine had a nice night last night, digging a couple of balls out of the dirt, saving some infielders from a couple of errors.
1 down for Cliff Floyd, is 3 for 3 today. A pair of doubles and a single. He's also scored 2 runs. With the Red Sox, he's hit at .346, 5 homers, and 11 runs batted in. Wearing a protective guard on that right elbow that was hit by a pitch here last night. And it reached the seats out of play. 1-1 to Floyd. Had to leave the game last night. Benny Agbayani took over in left field for Cliff. It's on the throwing hand and arm, so Floyd was able to DH today but not play defensively in the outfield. Driscoll with the 1-1. Cliff watches it grab the corner. 1-2. Floyd bats now. Brian Daubach waits on deck. Well, the 1-2. Floyd sends it to right field. Gibbons moves over and in and makes the catch. Very interesting route taken by Jake Gibbons. Ended up coming in on a slant, and he takes away what might have been the 4th hit for Cliff Floyd. 2 down.
Ball just seemed to hang up long enough for Gibbons to readjust and make the play. Starts back and then had to come in on the line drive and makes the catch. So Floyd now 3 for 4 on the afternoon. You gonna watch that fight tonight, De La Hoya,
yes,
Vargas?
I think I will.
I gotta get that pay-per-view.
What classification are they? Are they middleweights?
Who knows? They change. I don't know.
Would you prefer those size guys to the heavyweights? Or no?
They give you good honest effort out every time out. Light heavy with this, they're telling us. They'll be letting them fly.
Brian Daubach's been on base 3 times today. He's walked and doubled. Oh, Johnny Ruiz is going to fight again. The 1-0.
There's some stuff about Roy Jones Jr. wanting to move up in classification and fight Ruiz.
Beef up?
Larry Merchant said that's not a good idea. So I believe whatever Larry says.
You like Larry, don't you?
Larry's the best.
I like at the end of the fight where he puts his head down and then comes back with his commentary. And is grounded towards first. Conine is there. And it's an easy inning for Travis Driscoll. He's retired 7 Red Sox in a row. We played 7 from Fenway. 6-2 Red Sox.
When it's real, I keep it alive. The road is long. The lift is up where we belong. Where the eagles cry.
I like my steaks rare, my lawn short, and I like whole milk. Yeah. Whole milk is real milk for real men.
The real man is in for a real surprise. He's about to try Simply Smart Milk. It's a low-fat milk without the watery taste. In fact, Simply Smart fat-free tastes like 2% milk. And Simply Smart 1% tastes like whole milk.
Tastes like whole milk. Men, we found our milk.
And it's Simply Smart Milk.
I feel good.
You can feel good about Hood.
The first major advance for the fastest treatment of athlete's foot is Lamisil AT. Lamisil AT is the first non-prescription medicine proven to kill the fungus with just 1 week's use. Not even a prescription can beat that. Lotrimin AF and Tinactin still expect you to treat for 4 weeks. Who's going to do that? When your feet itch and burn, using Lamisil AT 1 week keeps you athlete's foot free 3 months. Lamisil AT. There's no better way to cure athlete's foot.
The pitching line is brought to you by Lowe's Improving Home Improvement. The pitching line on Derek Lowe in search of his 20th victory of the season. 7 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs. They were earned. He walked 1, struck out 7, and threw 103 pitches, of which 65 were strikes. Look for the 2 new Lowe's locations, Lowe's of Woburn and Lowe's of Weymouth. So Lowe goes the first 7 innings. He'll need help from the bullpen. With the Red Sox on top by 4, and he turns it over to the left-hander, Alan Embry.
Embry really has been piling up the strikeouts. The opponent's only hitting 172 against him. 37 strikeouts in 28 and 2/3 innings. His last outing against Tampa Bay on the 11th, an inning and 2/3, had a couple of punch-outs in that ball game.
Mike Bordick, the number 9 hitter for the Orioles, to bat here in the top of the 8th inning, as Embry bounces that one in. Mike Bordick is 0 for 2. He's lined to left and has struck out swinging. The 1-0 to Bordick. He's in there for a strike. Yeah, Larry Merchant, at the end of those fights where everybody else has said what they're going to say, they usually go to him last. Puts his head down and then he comes up and is very serious, and then
he's the final. He is the final word. And he'll tell you if that was a lousy fight, he doesn't hold back.
He is not afraid to tell you that it was a terrible fight. This is grounded back up the middle and out of the reach of Nomar Garciaparra. Finds its way into center field, and there's the first hit for Mike Bordick tonight, and the 6th for Orioles. As Bordick is aboard.
I don't know what's going on in that Anaheim game, but that's been a long 7th inning. Anaheim still leading that 7-6 against the Texas Rangers. What a battle they've got going, Anaheim and Oakland.
Both with 92 wins and 55 losses to begin the day. Here's the top of the Orioles order, Jerry Hairston, who's 0 for 3.
I don't think there's too many teams anxious to face Mulder, Zito, and Hudson. Now with the year's experience in postseason play, it's going to be awful tough.
This is up top, 1-1 the count. To begin the day, the Anaheim Angels leading in hitting and pitching. hitting a .284 to lead the American League in that category. A 3.66 earned run average as it's fouled off the right side. And that's one of the biggest areas I think the Angels improved themselves this offseason was the pitching. And the offense has also come around substantially for them. But
now Seeley's been hurt. They got some good work out of Kevin Appier.
The 1-2 to Hairston. And the slice foul off the right side. Still 1-2.
It's like the Red Sox got off to a very quick start. The Angels were only 6-14 to start the season. And times we've watched them play, they are a scrappy group. I mean, they do all the little things to score runs, move runners along, give themselves up, good base running.
They're kind of doing right now what Seattle did all of last year.
Yeah. Boy, Seattle, wow.
I don't know what happened to the Mariners. The 1-2. Hairston carves it foul again. Anaheim Angels in the beginning of the season under Mike Scioscia, miserable 6-14. Since April 24th, he's got different in a hurry. Some of the Angels people were saying that their tough start was a result of some of the suspensions that they had after spring training fight. And they did not have their regular order to begin the year, and that's one of the reasons they felt they got off to such a tough start. Foul tipped into Veritek's mid. He holds on. There's the first strikeout for Alan Embry. 1 down.
Embry's fastball in his last couple of outings has been clocked as high as 99 miles an hour. Fastball right by Jerry Hairston for his first strikeout of this appearance.
For the Orioles, now batting for Singleton.
Well, the pinch hitter for Chris Singleton. Luis Matos, who played in last night's game, is going to pinch hit. Singleton had been 2 for 3 with a single and a double. He also struck out, but Matos pinch hits with 1 out and 1 on. Matos 2 for 19 in an Orioles uniform this season, spending the bulk of the year with the AAA Rochester Red Wings. And he was 0 for 4 here last night with a sacrifice bunt. He also spent time this year at AA with the Bowie Bay Sox. And he sends it into left field for a base hit. So a pinch hit single here for Luis Matos. Up to second base goes Mike Bordick with 1 down.
And the parade of right-handers continues. Looks like Cordova is going to come up and bat for Richard. So Mike Hargrove not letting those lefties face Embry.
For the Orioles, now batting for Richard, number 40, Marty Cordova.
And Marty Cordova being sent up by Mike Hargrove to pinch hit for Chris Richard, who had been 0 for 2 with a walk. The former Twin, Blue Jay, and Indian Marty Cordova. That's with 2 on and 1 out. And it's Hardy on that cut. 94 miles per hour from Alan Embry. Mike Bordick singled to center to begin the inning. Jerry Hairston struck out. Luis Matos, the pinch hitter, singles to left. 2 on, 1 away. And the 0-1 to Cordova. He's in the hole, nothing in 2. He has struggled like many of the Orioles have. He was 0 for 5 here last night in the first game of the series. And for Marty Cordova, over the last 17 games, he's hitting at just 143. That wide open stance. The 0-2 down and in. Veritek lunging to his left. Wayne Gomes up in the Boston pen. The right-hander warming for the first time.
Bobby Howry out for a couple of days. He has tendonitis in his elbow. and may miss this entire series against the Orioles.
The Red Sox activated Rolando Araujo before last night's game. He is available. Off the right side, backing out of play. Here's Rolando. After a stint in Fort Myers. Through when the club was in Tampa Bay on the side, and they activated him before last night's game. No roster move because, of course, there's room on the roster in September. The 1-2 to Cordova is fouled back below us. Alan Embry in relief of Derek Lowe worked the first 7 innings. Lowe giving up 2 runs. On 5 hits, he walked 1 and struck out 7, and is in line to pick up his 20th victory of the year. Bordick at second, Matos at first. Runners are off, and this is sent into right field. In comes Nixon, and he makes the catch. This will be an easy double play. Trot Nixon makes the catch to get out number 2, and then fires to second to end the inning. So the score after 7.5, 6-2 Boston. This is the Fox 25 Red Sox Network. Now let's send it back to Reed Lamberty at the Fox 25 News Desk.
Don, thank you. Coming up tonight on Fox 25 News at 10. Al-Qaeda in America. Tonight, we'll have the latest on the terror cell busted in Buffalo. Were they planning an attack?
And weather-wise, clouds already thickening up. And look at all the rain to our west. There is much more down in the southeast, all associated with the remnants of Tropical Storm Hannah. And this is heading our way. A complete update and look at the rest of the weekend tonight at 10.
Cindy, thank you. We'll get back to the game in just a moment. I'm Reed Lamberty. Join us tonight for Fox 25 News at 10.
Come on! We don't like the game. Let's go!
With a convenient third-row seat in a Ford Explorer, picking up your 7 buddies for Sunday's game just got easier, even if they are a little out of the way. And with an independent rear suspension, it offers a smoother ride and better handling.
We need snacks.
Now get 0% financing for 60 months on the all-new Ford Explorer, the preferred SUV of Patriot fans all across New England.
Hey, guys, where's Jack? Guys? Oh, very funny, guys.
Dunkin' Donuts introduces the hearty new steak, egg, and cheese sandwich. Just the thing guys have been waiting for. Are you ready for something big? Dunkin' Donuts' delicious hearty new steak, egg, and cheese sandwich is just the thing.
Boston Red Sox baseball on Fox 25 is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, bringing people together with low fares, and by your local Lincoln Mercury dealers.
One of the dangers of sending runners when you're behind, the double play, and it took a great play here by Trot Nixon, falling hard on his left shoulder, pops up, and with the runners off, they have the easy double play to get out of the inning, and Embry likes what he sees. That ball was hit pretty hard by Marty Cordova, and Nixon turns it into a double play to end the inning.
Bottom third of the Red Sox order here in the last of the 8th inning. Varitek, Nixon, and Sanchez. Jason has been on twice on the benefit of a hit and a walk. He's also struck out. Off speed, drops in there for a strike, 1-1. Travis Driscoll has been with us since the 5th inning, and he has retired all 7 Red Sox hitters that he has faced since coming on for Pat Hentgen.
And it looks like the breeze has really picked up now, gusting out there toward the left field. We have some rain, I understand, coming up the coast.
That's not a good thing. The Red Sox and Orioles will play a day game tomorrow. And we are hopeful that that rain will begin well after the 1 o'clock start here tomorrow. Veritek turns on this and sends it foul down beyond canvas alley. 2-2. $32,123 on hand. The 59th sellout of the year for the Red Sox. 32-1-2-3. And 2-2 to Veritek. He's in the dirt, and it's a full count now to the Red Sox catcher. John Nixon, who made the great catch in right, was able to have that hard line drive hang up long enough that he's able to make the diving catch up off the turf. And in the double play to get Alan Embry out of any trouble in the top half of this inning. Veritek strikes out as he waves at that one. Second K for Driscoll. One out in the 8th. The game summary is brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts. Nothing gets you going like the smooth, mellow taste of Dunkin' Donuts coffee. Manny Ramirez is 3 for 4 with 2 home runs, now 31 on the year. 7th multi-home run game this year. Derek Lowe looking for win number 20 of the season. Lasted 7 innings, 7 Ks. Cliff Floyd 3 for 4, pair of doubles and 2 runs. And Trot Nixon with a 2-run single in the 5th. Red Sox on top 6-2 as Trot Nixon has walked, grounded out, singled, and has driven in 2 runs. Now 86 RBIs on the year for Trot Nixon. And he's ahead 1-0. Red Sox and Orioles will wrap up this 3-game series tomorrow at 1 o'clock, 1:05 to be exact. John Burkett on the mound for Boston. 11-7 against Jason Johnson, a right-hander who's 4-13. Nixon sends it to right. That'll get down and roll towards the corner. Trot's thinking too as Jay Gibbons digs it out, and Trot will go into second standing with a 1-out double.
Well, nice afternoon for Trot Nixon. A base hit back in the 5th inning to drive in a couple of runs, give the Red Sox a comfortable lead. The great play in the outfield for the double play now picks up a double.
13, the second baseman, Ray Sanchez.
Right down that right field line, rattles around a bit, and Nixon at second base in scoring position. 31 of his last 52 hits have been for extra bases.
Ray Sanchez takes strike 1. Ray is 0 for 3. He's grounded out 3 times in this one. He waves at that pitch. 0-2. Driscoll's been pretty good since coming on. That's just the first hit for the Red Sox off Driscoll. He had retired everybody else that he had faced until the double by Nixon. It's been 7 in a row for the right-hander. The Red Sox continue to have action in their pen. Looks like Wayne Gomes is still up out there. Wow, Sanchez goes down in a heap. And Jim Rowe is going to head out and talk to Ray. He fouled that one off. Tough to tell where it got him.
Right on top of the sinker, and it looks like right off the instep on that left foot.
And Bruce Fremingen knows all about foul tips here at Fenway Park. He's had a few. And Ray's going to stay in the game. Jim Rowe and Goody Little will head back to the dugout. He's down on the count 0-2 after fouling that one off. It appeared to be his instep. Nixon at second, one down here in the last half of the 8th inning. Red Sox on top 6-2. It just misses, held onto by Geronimo Gil. And it's 1-2 now to Sanchez.
It's an updated score on that Anaheim game. It's 8-6 now. Anaheim leads in the 8th inning. So they're trying to win that ball game to match Oakland, who has already won 1-0 behind Tim Hudson.
Popped up. Geronimo Gil, the catcher, makes the catch. Little circling there at the end, but he makes the catch on Sanchez. 2 down, and back to the bag at second goes Nixon.
Catchers trying to get their back to the infield when making those catches on pop-ups because they tend to come back toward the infield. Sanchez still hobbling in that Red Sox dugout. That foul tip got him pretty good.
You may see somebody out there defensively for the Red Sox in the top of the 9th. As here's Johnny Damon 0 for 4 in this one. Had a hit last night, was 1 for 5, so 1 for 9 in the series. The 1-0 in there for a strike. 1-1 to Damon. And Sanchez trying to walk it off. It's not looking too good right out of the gate. It looks like he's headed to the clubhouse. Damon pops it up foul. This will reach the seats. Geronimo Gil giving chase, but he ran out of room. 1-2 now to Johnny Damon. Well, the Orioles had lost 8 in a row heading into last night's action, able to take the first game of this series. The Red Sox have come back today, leading 6-2 as they bat here in the bottom of the 8th. Trying to hand the Orioles their 19th loss in the last 21 games. 1-2 is fouled beyond the Orioles dugout on the third base side.
A lot of effort to get that, and she got the souvenir.
And Driscoll gets the strikeout. It's a third K for the right-hand reliever. The Red Sox are gone in the 8th. On to the 9th. Boston on top 6-2.
Design, innovation, dependability. These are the building blocks for the new 2003 Chevy cars and trucks. And now you can get 0% APR on every 2003 Chevy, including Trailblazer, Tahoe, Cavalier, and Impala. That's 0 APR on every 2003 Chevy. New ideas, a solid reputation, and the motivation you need to make it happen. See your local Chevy dealer.
McDonald's is now at the Patriots' new home, Gillette Stadium, and to celebrate, they're adding 2 limited-time items to their everyday dollar menu. In the morning, get a hot and tasty egg and cheese bagel. Later, get a doubly delicious bacon double cheeseburger. Each are just $1. The Patriots and McDonald's, a winning combination.
It's really clear as I go out and talk to people that Massachusetts does not have a revenue problem. It's got a spending problem. People do not believe that Beacon Hill is connected to their lives. People want to get back to where they can actually have faith in and confidence in Beacon Hill. And we're not going to do that unless we start showing the people that we're going to set the right priorities. We're going to make government more effective. We're going to get rid of programs that aren't working. And we're going to take care of those people who need to be taken care of. And Jim Rappaport, as your Lieutenant Governor, will make that happen.
Boston Red Sox baseball on Fox 25 is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, bringing people together with low fares. Your New England Ford dealers for the best selection of cars, trucks, and SUVs on the planet. Visit your local New England Ford dealers. And by your friendly New England Dodge dealers. Grab life by the horns. Go Dodge. And by your New England Toyota dealer. What makes Toyota the best value? Ask someone who drives one. Ray Sanchez hit on the foot last inning. And the Red Sox have a new second baseman on top 6-2. Lou Merlone takes over at second base for Ray Sanchez. And the Red Sox also have a new pitcher. Their third pitcher of the night, Wayne Gomes.
15th appearance for Gomes, a record of 1-2. Opponents hitting .228. 15 in the third innings, 13 hits. Last time Gomes worked was against the Devil Rays, an inning back on the 10th.
Strike one to Tony Batista, who's been on base twice, a pair of singles to right. He scored a run and has struck out. Alan Embry left after an inning, giving up 2 hits, no runs. Batista sends this to the gap in left center field. That's going to get down and one hop the wall. Raymond plays the carom, but not before Tony Batista's into second base with his third hit of the game and a double to begin things in the ninth.
He's really had a good series here against the Red Sox. 2 for 4 last night, 3 hits again this afternoon. And with that leadoff double, Tony Cloninger quickly to make the call for Ugueth Urbina to loosen up.
Number 25, the right fielder, G. Gibbons.
So Batista stands at second base. Here's Jay Gibbons, who's 0 for 3. And sent to left field. That will get down and roll towards the corner. Batista will easily score, as in the second base goes Jay Gibbons with an RBI double. And so far, Wayne Gomes has been greeted rather rudely by the Orioles hitters. Back-to-back doubles and a run as they cut the Red Sox lead in half. It's now 6-3, and Grady Little's not going to waste any time. Here he comes. So a very quick outing for Wayne Gomes. And Urbina, who is up for a very short time in the bullpen, is headed on. A run in for the Orioles here in the ninth. The pitching change. Red Sox on top 6-3.
Many of the designer suits that we sell for $200 are made with the same quality and care as those that others sell for twice as much. Need a suit? Men's Warehouse. You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it.
Coming this Tuesday.
Watch out for this guy, Mike.
Don't worry about it. I know this guy. Played Little League with him. He's got strikeout written all over his knees.
The biggest animated hit of the year is a guaranteed home run. Disney and Pixar's Monsters, Inc. Own it this Tuesday.
What color are your teeth? Arm & Hammer Advanced White Toothpaste whitens your teeth with just one tube. Our whitening guide proves you can go from here to here. Arm & Hammer, whiter teeth, one tube, guaranteed.
Ask anybody, what's the best time of year to get yourself a new Toyota? Well, that time is here.
Ask someone who drives one. There's nothing better than year-end closeout values on new Toyotas. It's your final opportunity to get special 0% APR financing on most Camry Solaris. You could save thousands. It's your last chance to lease a Camry LE for only $239 a month for 48 months with just $15.99 due at signing. See your New England Toyota dealer before the Toyota you want is gone. Hurry. It ends September 30th.
If you're getting married, we'll rent you a tuxedo package for as little as $50, which is pretty good, considering her dress probably cost as much as your car.
Rent 4 tuxedos, and the groom's is free.
You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it.
Back at Fenway, 6-3. Red Sox on top. Wayne Gomes, after giving up back-to-back doubles and a run, has been replaced. The fourth pitcher of the night for the Red Sox, Ugueth Urbina.
34 saves for Urbina in 39 opportunities. The 34 ties him with Sasaki for fourth in the league. Guardado leads with 40. Billy Koch 39. Percival 38. Then Urbina and Sasaki.
Gomes still responsible for Jay Gibbons, who stands at second base with nobody out. And it'll bring up Jeff Conine. That's 4 appearances. He's not given up a run. 4 saves, 4 innings, 1 hit, and 5 strikeouts for Urbina, who's been very sharp as of late. Here's Gibbons at second with nobody out. Conine 1 for 3 with a run batted in. foul tips it into Vortex Mick. Foul back below us, and it's 0-2 quickly to Conine. The Sox and Orioles have one game left tomorrow at 1:05. In the final game of the series against Baltimore, then the Cleveland Indians will be in for a day-night doubleheader on Monday. The 0-2 to Conine. Popped up. Drawbach right around the bag at first in fair ground, makes the catch. Gibbons remains at second, now one away in the ninth.
Number 3, the left fielder, Larry Bigby.
There's Larry Bigby, the left fielder for the Orioles, batting from the left side. He's 0 for 3. He has struck out and grounded out twice. Billy missing away, 1-0. Bigby bats now. Geronimo Heel scheduled to bat next, but it looks like they're going to have a pinch hitter. Luis Lopez has come out on deck for Baltimore. With what Heel has done against the Red Sox, I'll let him go ahead and swing away.
Yeah, he's great numbers against Boston, hitting over 400 coming into today's game. 0 for 3 though today.
Gibbons at second, one down. The 2-0 from Oogie. Ooh, misses again off the outside edge, 3-0. Here's Geronimo Heel. He was 0 for 3, as Jerry mentioned, today with a strikeout after hitting a 2-run home run here last night. There's a strike, 3-1. 93 miles per hour from Oogie Urbina. Strike 2, and it's a full count. Urbina has worked it full now.
It's like Bigby taking all the way there, trying to get the potential tying run to the plate.
Line to left. That get in for a base hit is now Gibbons will come around and score. It's a 2-run game, 6-4. As Bigby hung in there. Full count, and he sends it the opposite way to left for a hit. His second RBI for the Orioles, and it's now 6-4, and the inning continues.
Well, the Orioles, who really were struggling offensively coming into Fenway, have made it tough on the Red Sox, winning the game last night and making it interesting here in the ninth in this ball game. Bigby to the opposite field, line drive base hit. Picks up his second RBI, and now it's a 2-run ball game.
So 2 doubles and a single for the Orioles. Wrapped around a pop-up by Jeff Conine. Runner at first, one down. Here is Luis Lopez to pinch hit. And he lines it foul back into the seats. That run is charged to Wayne Gomes, so he came on, did not retire anybody. Gave up 2 doubles and 2 runs. But nor did he strike anybody out.
Hey, you know, they were playing Jimi Hendrix here between innings. That fella, he probably saw a couple of Hendrix's concerts.
He's in some pain now. He's starting to feel it. He may feel no pain.
It's delayed action when
the 0-1 is fouled off.
Back in the 60s, you generally felt the pain much later.
Like tomorrow sometime. Soon he'll be feeling no pain. On the bus. Yep.
Remnants of the 60s.
The 0-2. Got him. Big strikeout for Urbina. It's good for out number 2.
Urbina goes to the changeup to pick up the strikeout on Lopez. So the Red Sox 1 out away from finishing this one off. And speak about finishing off, the Angels finished off Texas 8-6. Percival picked up the save. So both Anaheim and Oakland winning, and they continue to be tied for first place out west.
So as far as the wild card goes, the Red Sox stand right now at 9 games back of Anaheim and Oakland. It will be 8.5 again if the Red Sox can get the final out here in the 9th with 2 outs and a runner at first. Mike Bordick. And a slice it foul off the right side. Bordick is 1 for 3 from the number 9 spot for the Orioles. He singled to center his last time up. Urbina gets the sign from Veritek. And brings the 0-1. That is up and in, 1-1. Luke Urbina, the 4th pitcher used by the Red Sox. Derek Lowe, the pitcher of record right now for the Red Sox, trying to pick up his 20th win of the year. Went 7 innings, giving up 2 runs. Since then, we have seen Embry, Gomes, and now Urbina. Orioles down to their last strike. $32,123 coming to their feet. The 1-2 pitch to Bordick. He struck him out. The Red Sox win the middle game of the 3-game series against the Baltimore Orioles as they hold on to win 6-4. Baltimore comes up with 2 in the 9th, but the Red Sox win it 6-4.
I did it my way.
Because of lobbyists, we pay too much for prescription drugs. Our automobile insurance rates are too high, and too many people lack health care coverage. That's not my way. As governor, I'll stand up to the lobbyists and put government back on our side. It's not just my way, it's our way.
I was about to pull my boat out when it happened. What? Normally a guy like this, I figure he gets what he deserves. Oh, God. But maybe I was just feeling generous.
Ford Super Duty always pulls its own weight and then some. And now with $2,000 cash back or 0% financing.
Well, that sank fast.
Like a rock.
Only at your New England Ford dealer.
Introducing 3 grilled favorites on one sizzling skillet. Chili's new fajita trio. Marinated chicken fajitas, spicy shrimp, and barbecued ribs.
Chili's.
Don Orsillo and Jerry Remy back at Fenway Park, where the Red Sox have won 6-4. Derek Lowe, a 20-game winner. Lowe, his 20th win here today, becomes the 5th member of the Red Sox in the last 30 years to win 20, joining Tion, Eckersley, Clemens, and Martinez. Urbina picks up his 35th save in the effort, and Pat Hentgen falls to 0-2. The game time 2 hours and 41 minutes in front of 32,123.
Play of the game is brought to you by New England Ford dealers. We'll take a look at 3 of Derek Lowe's 7 strikeouts on the afternoon. Of course, Lowe today winning that magical number 20 here at Fenway Park. Strikes out Hairston, Bigby, and Batista. For the best selection of cars, trucks, and SUVs on the planet, visit your local New England Ford dealer or log on to newenglandford.com.
Join Fox 25 again Monday afternoon for Game 1 of a day-night doubleheader against the Cleveland Indians. The pitching matchup, Pedro Martinez for Boston, and Cleveland will counter with Ricardo Rodriguez. Game time is 1 o'clock. Ness will have the nightcap at 7. Stay tuned next for The Simpsons, joined in progress. For Jerry Remy, I'm Don Orsillo saying so long from Fenway Park. This has been a presentation of Fox 25 Sports.
Get 0% APR on every new 2003 GMC. See dealer for restrictions. Upgrade to professional grade. See the pros at your local GMC dealers.
This week's NFL Pick of the Week is brought to you by NASASportsNetwork.com. Log on for the ultimate online sports experience. This week, the Dolphins are plus 2.5 on the road against Indianapolis. The Titans are -3 playing a beat-up Dallas team. The 49ers are -3.5 at home against Denver. And our feature pick of the week, the Eagles are -2.5 on the road against the Washington Redskins. Log on to NASASportsNetwork.com for more information.
Fed up with daytime TV?
Stupid talk shows?
Then get ready for the Rob Nelson Show.
Rob Nelson at 4 and Jody at 5 beginning Monday on Fox 25.
We now join our regularly scheduled program.
It's 4-3. Next batter, Victor Martinez sends one to center field, scores another run. It's 4-4. Not a good performance from Alan Embry.
Well, the error hurt, and you watch those 2 pitches. They were both down. They were pretty good quality pitches. Went down and hit it.
I want to ask you in just a bit what you thought about his velocity, but let's stay with the highlights right now. Next batter up, Omar Vizquel. Couldn't be 2, but Nomar throws the ball away, and another run comes in, makes it 5-4. Top of the 9th, same score. Kareem Garcia at the plate for the Indians. He will provide the insurance against Rolando Araujo. High, deep, and gone. Makes it 6-4, and that was all the Red Sox could do offensively, so that is your final score. Here's the box score from the ball game tonight. Johnny Damon 2 for 4 at the top. Nomar had that hit in the first inning, and he goes 1 for 4 with a run scored. Manny continues, at least gets 1 hit tonight. That's not a typical Manny performance. And Doug Mirabelli, in place of Jason Varitek, who is serving his suspension, goes 2 for 3.
No, offensively they were fine. Defense in the bullpen hurt him late in the game.
Well, let's check out the pitching, and you can see that Casey Fossum goes 6 2/3. 6 hits, no earned runs, walks 2. Gomes just faces the 1 batter, gives up the hit. Embry, though, 2/3 of an inning. Did you have any questions about his velocity tonight?
Well, you're not going to throw 96 to 98 miles an hour every time you pitch, but you can pitch with 92 to 95. And if you watch those hits, one of them is a ground ball that just snuck by Nomar, and the other one was a line drive that just made it past him. So, you know, sometimes the ball's hit 2 feet to the left or right, and you're not even talking about that line score.
All right, the Red Sox recording 12 strikeouts in tonight's ball game, making Jason Groves of Westerly, Rhode Island, tonight's Kohl's K-Card sweepstakes winner. Jason has just won a $100 Kohl's gift card. For your chance to win, visit Nesson.com before our next Red Sox broadcast. Let us know how many strikeouts you think the Red Sox pitchers will record in the game. It is that easy. And right now, Red Sox manager Grady Little down in the Sox clubhouse. Here's the first look.
Another good outing for Fossum?
Very good outing for Casey Fossum. He was very good out there today, and it's just a shame that he couldn't come away with a better outcome than that. But he was outstanding out there. He had command of all his pitches, and he had a lot of those hitters walking back to the bench.
What do you feel like you gave this game away last few innings?
I think the whole world can see that, but that's exactly what happened. You know, we just kind of let a team. We opened some doors for them, and they made the best of it.
What do you like about Foster and what you've seen from him so far?
What do you like about Foster and what you've seen so far as a starter?
Well, he's left-handed, number one, and he's got good stuff, and he's got good command of all his stuff, and the quality of his off-speed pitches keeps getting better and better with each outing, and that's going to help him. That'll help him, and with more experience and just getting more games under his belt, he's going to continue to get better.
Well, Grady Little candid. He was asked the question, do you think you gave this ball game away? And he said, anybody watching it tonight knew you gave it away.
Yeah, they gave it away, but Casey Fossum, like he said, is improving with every outing, and everybody can turn around a fastball in the big leagues, but to get your off-speed pitches over, your curveball and your changeup, that's going to make him a great pitcher.
One of the thoughts, Jim, is that they want him to undergo off-season conditioning, maybe add 10 pounds. How hard will that be to add 10 pounds to that
Well,
frame?
I'll take him to my house. We'll put 10 pounds on him.
I don't know. I ate dinner with you tonight. I don't want to eat like you, though.
No, you work out, you lift, and you eat healthy. You eat a lot of protein, a lot of meat.
Will that help him, though? I mean, will you see a tangible difference, or is that just about the longevity of being a starter over the whole part of the season?
Starter over the whole season, just keeping your strength. When you mix in 30 to 35 starts, it's a long wear. You get worn out. So the more beef you have, the better you are.
So you are always okay, partner.
Yeah.
Tough one for the Red Sox. I can't have too much fun because the Red Sox lost tonight. Very disappointing. We will have Nomar Garciaparra in the studio tonight coming up on Extra Innings, and we'll continue to talk to you. And Tom Caron down in the Red Sox locker room. Extra Innings continues after this. Welcome back to Extra Innings Extra. Bob Rogers, Jim Corsi, and now Nomar Garciaparra in studio. The Red Sox lost a tough one tonight, leading it most of the way, and then Cleveland coming back 6-4 is the final. Unfortunately, a disappointing way. Johnny Damon with his 12th home run, but just one of those nights. Let's get off of that for now, just because I want to talk about better things. First of all, bobblehead doll night the other night. I wish we were going to have our original play. We were going to probably have Pedro up here because Nomar, you got to be kidding me. Is that anything like Pedro?
So do any of them look like anybody?
Well, let me tell you though. Look at
this one does look like.
No, I think that's better looking than I am. That's what's awesome.
You tell me though that that's not Brian Daubach. Look right here in that monitor. Is that Brian Daubach?
Well, you know what? You just make one mold and then you go with it. That way you can put different names.
Well, wait
Look
a
at the
second.
nose
Wait
on
a
this
second.
guy.
Oh, well, hey,
that might be.
It's a signature. You know?
That's
way better looking. That's what I'm going. I'm like, man,
there you go.
Hey, you know, it's a signature mark. You stay with it. You know what I mean?
Is that a franchise right there, Jimmy?
There you go.
That's a franchise.
Is that a franchise right there?
I'd like to start with those two guys.
All right. Let's get to the, we're going to talk about a lot of things with Nomar here on Extra Innings Extra, but I want to hit right away the story that we had today in a local paper. And I don't even want to talk about who wrote it or what the story was, but it blew everybody away. Even guys that usually come around the ballpark that are a little bit more cynical, they're like, wow, did you read that? That's terrible. That's, that's not Nomar Garciaparra. What was your feeling when you first got wind of this and somebody told you to read it?
Well, yeah, somebody first of all told me to read it. And I read it, and I just, I was kind of laughing. I'm going, one thing, I tell everybody, I love it here. I absolutely love it here. I've always said that. I've always felt that way. I don't want to go anywhere. I've never said I wanted to go anywhere. Never felt that way. The fans here are great. I've always said that. I absolutely love playing in front of them. I mean, they're here from the first pitch to the last pitch. I mean, they've embraced me. I've embraced them. I mean, a lot of the stuff, to me, is, I don't know. I see it, I laugh, and, there's nothing that, I can say. I go, one thing, you can criticize or be cynical about my performance on the field and do that. But when you start character bashing someone, and doing that, I don't know where it's coming from. And, use stuff that just aren't true, lies and all that stuff.
Shocking?
You don't have a direct line to the scorekeeper?
Yeah, what's funny is somebody asked me that today. He goes, did you, call up Charlie? And I go, no disrespect to Charlie, I was like, is that his name and everything? Because I didn't know what his name was or whatever. I go, no. And they go, yeah, we asked Charlie. And
you're talking about Charlie Scoggins, the official scorer for the folks at home.
Right, exactly. I go, no disrespect, I go, in 6 years, I've never called him or had to call him or ever done any of that. And I go, I wasn't doing it now. And they said, yeah, we asked him, and he said, no, you didn't call him. And I'm like, yeah. So I don't know where this stuff comes, you know, why they say it, to make things, but like I said, I'm not here. I'm not going to be here to bash anybody. I'm not here to do any of that. You know, I take pride in being on a certain level and being that way. And, you know, the great thing about this place is the fans are on another level too. So they're not going to sink down to that level either. You know, that's what's great about playing in front of these great people, because they're not going to do it. They understand. I go out there, I play my hard as I can. You know, you're going to be successful and you're going to make mistakes like I did today. You know, I made one.
I mean, I'm lucky enough. I was a middle relief pitcher, and, you know, you kind of obscure down there, but to hear somebody say you do not deserve to be here, I mean, that's a serious bash. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve to be sitting next to me right here.
Well, you know, none of us deserve that.
You know, like I always, you know, you can say who deserves to do this, deserve to wear the uniform. I don't know who deserves to wear a uniform or whatever. All I know is I have pride when I put it on. And I'm proud when I do wear it, because what it represents, not only myself, my teammates, but the people who've worn it before me, and the people who are going to wear it after me. And what that uniform represents are all the great people that support us day in and day out. So I have pride. I'm proud when I put it on.
Yeah, we were talking about this the other day, and you know, because I grew up here and we played together, and we were talking about it. I want to see that number 5 up there in right field. I mean, that's.
I love this guy.
You know, he's a good guy. He's a good kid. He works hard, and he gets a lot of negative press for nothing.
But you've told us this before too, about you've actually brought some of your friends from the West Coast out here to experience what it's like to play in Boston.
Absolutely.
The history of the ball club. You're one of the few players that really has related to the past of this franchise, and I think that's something to be said for that too.
Absolutely, because I learned a lot more. You know, I'm the first one to admit. You know, I know I grew up in California. You know, I always said there's a beach on one side and isn't there another one on the other. You know, and I learned a lot. And when friends come out here, I tell them, look, I go, it's going to ruin baseball for you, because when you go back, you're not going to see anything like it. And they said, man, it has. And I said, absolutely. They go, people are here in the first inning. I said, I know. And they're here at the ninth. I said, I know. I said, this is, you know, why do you think I'm here? Why do you think I love it so much? Why do you think, you know, I want to be here? So
in California, they leave in the 6th inning.
That's when they're showing up.
But no, with that being said, obviously you're an intense competitor. You're almost a perfectionist. We watch you continually work. So there are times you've been here, you know, for a long time now. So over that time, you've been frustrated at times with maybe your performance, or maybe something that's going on maybe in the organization. I mean, last year was a frustrating year for everybody. So I don't think you're going to sit here and say that there haven't been times that you haven't expressed yourself as being unhappy with something that's going on.
No, absolutely, absolutely. And then, like you said, it's true. And, you know, sometimes, you know, people don't realize that we're fans too. And what I mean by that is we care, we love it, we're fan of the game as well. And, you know, when things aren't going the way, we have high expectations of ourselves, not only the fans and people here, but we as players do. And when sometimes you don't meet those expectations or those standards that you put on yourself, it gets frustrating. And, you know, we're hard on ourselves. I know I'm harder on myself than probably anybody, and it definitely gets frustrating. Sometimes, you know, when they stick that mic in your face, you know, 10 minutes after the game and you're frustrated about the game, you know, sometimes you say something, you're like, well, that may not have come out as way as wanted to or meant it that way, but that was just for that moment. But all in all, you know, you're going to be frustrated. That's going to happen. That, you know, we all make mistakes or whatever, but at the same time, it still doesn't, you know, really exemplify how we truly feel, because, you know, day in and out, we're still waking up, going out there and doing our best.
And your point about when you said a positive place to play, when you were saying that really had nothing to do with the fans. That really had to do with the environment. That was actually in the wake of the Manny situation and some things that were happening. That really was more media-driven.
Well, I don't know if it necessarily was media-driven, but never dealt with the fans or anything like that. That's for sure. And whether it was media-driven or just ourselves, like I said, you know, in that clubhouse, in the clubhouse, it feels a little different demeanor right now than it is at the beginning of the, you know, when we were
it's easy when you're winning.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You know, when you're winning, everything's positive. When you're losing, there's a lot more negative things going around than anything, you know, and you're searching. And even, especially this year, I mean, if you look at it, I mean, you have two guys over 100 RBIs. You have two guys, possible 20-game winners, two guys battling for the Cy Young, one guy battling for the batting title. I think our ERA is top, and, you know, runs scored is top. Why aren't we, you know, why are we talking about packing up at the end of the season? What is it? You know, you know, fans out there frustrated, so are we, because we don't understand it, because we have all this talent. We have a great bunch of guys, you know. There are no stories about this guy doing stuff outside of the game. It's just, we're not winning, and it's weird. And, you know, I chalk it up a lot of times as, you know, these one-run ball games, you know. If we're 500 in one-run ball games, and if we're 500 in interleague, guess what? We're battling for a pennant.
Yeah.
Nobody sees that,
right there.
You know, and it's tough, but I don't want to see this team break up, because you know, I guarantee you we stay together with the good bunch of guys and the good hearts and the good people, that next year is going to be a different result.
Yeah, you're right. 12 and 22 in one-run games, and in interleague play against the National League 5 and 13. So you're exactly right when you make that point. Let's give everybody a chance to talk to Nomar now. As much as Nomar would love everybody to say, hey, I love you, Nomar. You know, say it quickly, but let's get to questions. Talk about this year, the future. He'll tell you how much he loves playing in Boston. 1-866-275-6376. That's the phone number here on Extra Innings Extra.
When you travel on business, don't downsize. Amerisize at AmeriSuites. Need more room to spread out? Get more workspace and features like Dataport telephones. Plus, unwind in a suite for the price of an ordinary hotel room. And when it comes to breakfast, don't downsize. Amerisize. Get AmeriSuites' free bountiful breakfast buffet every morning. Now join AmeriSuites Prime Rewards. New members get double points and double miles through November 15th. AmeriSuites. Don't downsize. Amerisize.
Design, innovation, dependability. These are the building blocks for the new 2003 Chevy cars and trucks. And now you can get 0% APR on every 2003 Chevy, including Trailblazer, Tahoe, Cavalier, and Impala. That's 0 APR on every 2003 Chevy. New ideas, a solid reputation, and the motivation you need to make it happen. See your local Chevy dealer.
Well, you're thinking about where to get sneakers. Think about this. We took all the sneakers from just one Bob's store and put a pair on every seat. And filled Fenway Park! Hey, you get the picture? For men's, ladies, and kids' sneakers at excellent prices. Just do what the music tells you.
Let's go down to Bob's.
You know, talk about you finish that inning and you get out of it. Then what happened in the next inning?
I just got behind in the count, fell behind, and when you fall behind, you can't exactly expect to get every little call and anything close. They were capitalizing on. You know, try to get the ground ball. It would either find the hole or, you know, it just ended up. It was a snowball effect for me tonight. I just didn't do it.
Obviously, it's frustrating when that happens anytime, but with Casey pitching as well as he did tonight, does that add to it?
Oh, most definitely. He pitched well enough. He deserved the win tonight, and to come out of it with nothing, I feel bad for him. I feel like I let him down, and you know, I take that kind of personally.
We've talked a lot about frustration over the last couple of weeks. How bad is it when it happens again tonight?
Well, it's at the point where you're sitting there going, okay, this isn't going to happen again, this isn't going to happen again, and then it does happen. So it's frustrating. I mean, it's the end of the year. You want to finish on a good note, and you know, give more wins he gets, the better he looks going into next season, and that didn't happen, and you know, it's disappointing for me.
Well, disappointing for everybody at Fenway Park tonight. Looked like the Red Sox would cruise to the win. Casey Fossum, terrific in the start, and I would think the way Casey has pitched, that gives you something to look forward to for next year.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been tremendous, and I made a comment earlier, you know, after the game. I was saying, you know, you always see that one pitcher or something like that who does everything right, and then can't get the wins, or he can't do that.
Yeah, he's had a great.
You know, yeah, he really has,
great.
and he's really been coming up big for us. And unfortunately, it's like, wow, how we can't pick him up, and that's another thing that's frustrating. That frustrates me as a player, that when you see your pitcher doing as good as he's doing, and we just can't pull it out from him.
You know, you're your hardest critic, and the people have been hard. Nomar's going to do more. Nomar's going to do more. And then you look at this year. You didn't play last year. You come this year. You're batting over 300. You got over 50 doubles. You got over 20-something homers and 100.
Over 110 RBIs.
110 RBIs. Can you pitch too? I mean, what more are we going to do here?
No, I can understand. I mean, like I said, we're frustrated, and you know, like I said, I've been frustrated myself. I've been hard on myself, and I know I am. And I tell everybody, I said, you know, and everybody does this. You know, when the season's over, I go home, I look in the mirror, and I say, you know, what do I got to do? What do I got to do to make sure that, you know, we can go out there and we're going to win a World Series and go out there? I really do that, and I say, okay, I got to continue working hard. I got to do this. I got to do that. I call all the people that helped me, you know, for my training and all that stuff. Say what I did well, what I didn't do well, and you know, that's what I do. That's what I do. I got to look in the mirror, because you know, you can finger point all you want. Sometimes you got to look in the mirror and say, okay, what do I got to do to make this better?
All right, let's go to the phones. Let the Red Sox fans, the actual people that come to watch the Red Sox play at Fenway Park talk to Nomar Garciaparra. It's Bob in Rentham. Hi, Bob.
Hi, how you doing today? I just want to say thank you very much to Bob and to Jim and to Nomar Garciaparra. And, you know, I want to say, if I could make a couple points on the basis of a Red Sox fan.
Sure, just make them quick, Bob, because we want to give enough people a chance to talk to Nomar.
I think that Steve Buckley's comments were appalling. I think that he doesn't deserve to be on the page of the Herald or to have anything to do with the Herald. I think that Nomar is a great player. I think he's a great fan to Boston. I think that he's a great inspiration to our team, the Red Sox, and that he's done a lot for us. As far as the fans of Red Sox, I know that I was there at a very difficult time. The teams, the Yankees games, both Yankees games back-to-back. I was there getting pictures of Nomar signing my daughters, pictures with his autographs. He gives to the Nomar 5 Fund. He's played his best. We've been up against some teams that have won for no apparent reason.
You got it all. You got it all, Bob. Any question?
Bob, thank you.
He doesn't mow your grass, does he, Bob? Bob, does he cut your grass for you?
He doesn't cut my grass.
All right.
You know,
was going to send him
I will
over.
tell you that I think that he's an inspiration for our team. I think the fact that, you know, he's 1 in a million, and we're lucky to have him.
Do you have a question?
And that Steve Buckley should look for a new job because.
All right, Bob.
Thank you for the comments.
Bob. Chris from Boston, how about you?
He just wanted to really just go like this.
Thank you. I
That's all he
appreciate it.
wanted to do.
Thank you.
Chris.
Hey guys, holy cow, Nomar.
Yes.
Hey, I just want to say, as an athlete myself, you know, it's inspirational to watch you play, and you know, you're a great guy off the field as well. Secondly, and you know, the meat of it is the media is just never going to be satisfied. I mean, I just wanted to see what you guys think. There's just a huge you know, dichotomy what they're talking about. They talk Patriots, and they're talking about you know, the last 3 years, you know, building a program, and look where it got them. But you know, here we are, year 1, you know, completely new upper management, and you know how many changes up and down the board. And you know, they're not even giving it a full season before, you know, they're demonizing players and.
Right. It was pretty positive, Nomar, at the beginning of the year when things were going so well. Have you seen a change, though, you know, since you've been here? I've seen a change just in the last couple of years. It seems like it's more negative.
Well, you know, is it more negative? Is it this and that? Like I said, you know, it's always positive when you win, and it's always negative when you don't win. And especially when you sense such high expectations on yourself, you have it, you know, it seems to snowball and get worse and worse. And I don't like to do all that, you know, it's negative, because it's not, because when you step on the field and you hear all those fans cheering, it sure doesn't seem negative to me when they're out there and they're cheering for us 24/7. You know, what you read, what you don't, whatever. Like I said, you know, like I said, the great thing we have, intelligent fans. We got great fans, and you know, they don't have to buy into what one person's opinion is and everything. They're way above that, because they go out there every day, see us, and they see guys running their butt off, playing their hearts out, and trying to bring something home for them that they deserve.
We're talking about 1%, maybe 2% of the people out there that are bashing. You know, we're not talking about.
How do you insulate yourself from that? I mean, I know a lot of times we'll hear players and coaches and managers say, "Hey, I don't read the papers," but it must be so hard because all your friends, you don't live in a vacuum.
Yeah.
So as people say, "Hey, you got to pick that paper up and read it."
Did you read that? Did you hear what they're saying? Did you hear that? And it's tough. It's tough, and you know, that's what makes it unique here. That's what makes it different. And you tell people, and you know, it's funny because they always say, you know, I don't like it or whatever, but, you know, I'm the one they're calling to talk to guys and try to get them over here. You know, they say, Nomar, will you call so-and-so, whatever? And I'm honest with them. I tell them exactly what it's like. I said, yeah, you're right. It's a place like any other place, but it's also the greatest place. And you go out there because they're going to appreciate what you give them. And, you know, and if that's what your heart, if that's the kind of place you want to play, then this is where you want to be.
Could you picture yourself playing for any other team in any other environment?
No, I can't. I always said, you know, this was the first uniform I put on, and you know, in the big leagues, and I plan on exactly, and I want it to be the uniform I take off when I'm done and going home and hanging out with the family.
All right, let's.
Maybe they'll let you keep the uniform.
Hopefully, you think so? I'll try.
Did they let you keep
yours?
yours?
It back if they ask.
Jimmy stole his, right? You stole it, right?
I got like 4 or 5 of them.
Up next, it's Karen down in Whitney, Texas. Hi, Karen.
Hi, Bob, Jim, and Nomar with an R.
How you doing?
How you doing?
I'm doing great. I can barely hear you, though.
Okay.
Anyway, I just wanted to tell you that there's a bunch of fans down here in Texas, and we love you, Nomar.
Thank you.
Boston Red Sox would not be Boston Red Sox to the Texans down here if it wasn't for Nomar Garciaparra.
Oh, thank you. I
Your
appreciate
name has an R in it?
Yes,
it's
it
not
does.
Nomar?
I cannot believe y'all say it with Nomar without an R. It's funny. Anyway, one question I was going to ask, what do you think about damage control tonight if we might have left Fossum in the rest of the time?
If we would have left Fossum in the rest of the time, You know, you also got to realize that, you know, Fossum's pitched a lot this year, and you also want to protect young arms and everything, and that's what your bullpen is for. And, you know, when you see things as, you know, you come into the 7th inning, the guy's done his job and pitched a great job, you do turn it over to your bullpen. And, you know, when you get 4 runs up, you expect to pull those games out, you know. And I don't blame the bullpen. Like I said, our defensive, we made some mistakes out there that hurt our bullpen, you know. Like I said, I'm one of them. I threw that ball away that cost us and everything, you know. And, you know, that's tough. And like I said, we all go back and we look at ourselves and say, hey, you know, but Fossum did a good job. And, you know, you also got to think about protecting some arms too, you know what I mean? And we want to protect them.
Any thoughts in your defense? I mean, you made the point about that's something that it seems like the toughest play, that play that you make in the hole, that you throw across your body, you make it look like it's the routine play, and then, you know, you made the point about your defense. Is there anything right now that you can pinpoint that maybe why some of the errors that you haven't made in the past?
No, you know, actually, it's funny because I actually was feeling pretty good this year as far as defense and everything. You get errors and you look at the numbers and they keep going, and you know, and I also know I'm going to get some because I'm going to get to that ball. You know what I mean?
Well, you make the spectacular ones. I mean, the ones you make in the hole.
You know, and you know, it's funny because, you know, like I said, there's certain times I know I'm going to probably get an error because I'm going to go for that ball that's going to tip off my glove that may not reach or whatever, and I'm going to mess up the routine ones. But at the same time, you know, it's not going to keep me from stop trying. I'm still going to go out there and try to make that unbelievable play because I know the pitcher's going to appreciate it. You know what I mean? I'm going to try to do that. And, you know, you keep working at it. Something, you know,
that one error, the one error where you allegedly called up to the, that was a lousy error call. We were talking about that one.
That was a tough call.
The ball that was deep to center field.
High sky, sun.
It was a center fielder's ball, but he lost it in the sky. But yeah, I know you don't want to talk about it, but we're going to say
like I said, you know, you have those, whatever. I don't look, like I said, I don't look at the numbers. I still want to make sure that my pitcher's going out there and say, you know what, turn around. I am confident.
This is the play, Nomar, that how did you perfect that play?
I don't know. You know, people, how do you do? I don't know. I just get it, and I'm going to throw it and hope and pray it gets there.
He's got the strongest arm I have ever seen from the hole. And I played pro ball for 20 years, and he has the strongest arm.
Nomar, you obviously probably don't remember watching Rick Burleson play too much. You must, because you're old enough and you grew up
he
there.
Used to set his feet,
I was just going to say the exact same thing. He'd stop and dive.
Yeah. Set his feet in the hole.
Throw way over the top.
Come way over the top. Good cheese on his ball. But the way
you got little kids all over New England now throwing the ball.
Yeah,
and you've broken more windshields and everything else.
Everybody's asking me, how do you do it? I don't know. I mean, you know, I don't know. It's like, how do you hit a 95-mile-an-hour fastball? I don't know.
It's ability.
Thank God. Thank you. And it's still attached.
Not in this corner, right?
No. Ability over here, no ability over
this
there.
Side, we're okay. One more segment with Nomar Garciaparra. Nomar with an R on Extra Innings Extra.
Jason Statham is the transporter. He never made a mistake until today.
You broke the rules. You opened the package.
From the maker of La Femme Nikita and The Professional. On October 11th, every delivery is guaranteed to be a rush. The Transporter, rated PG-13, October 11th.
I know my son. He hangs out with the same guys at the same place every day. He tells me his English teacher spits when she talks. I know he hates me sometimes. He knows people who smoke weed and it scares me to death. But I know he stays away from it. How do I know? I ask. I ask every day.
Join the Red Sox and the National Alliance for Autism Research in walking to strike out autism at New England's Walk Far for NAR, Sunday, September 29th at Artisani Park in Brighton. Call for more information or log on to autismwalk.org.
You haven't been to Fenway until you've experienced the new Yankee Way with music, vendors, displays, games, food, and fun. One more reason it's the year to be here.
Back on Extra Innings Extra with Nomar Garciaparra, the trade talk. I mean, a couple of callers have mentioned it. The Red Sox, clearly, they don't tell anybody, even if they were planning to trade you. They don't go out in the papers and tell anybody, but that has been one of the theories. Does that affect you at all when you hear that?
You know, it's funny. I mean, I heard it a little while ago. Somebody was talking, and I really haven't heard it before or since or whatever. And, you know, I hope I don't. Like I said before, I want to finish my career, and I want to be here. Do we have control over that stuff? Nobody has control over that stuff, and I'm one of them. I don't have control over that, but you know, like I said, I signed that, you know, my first deal here, my long-term deal for a reason, because this is where I wanted to be, and, you know, I hope I get another one. You know, I'm playing and working hard to hopefully get another one. People want me here because this is where I want to be.
Well, that's what that caller a couple segments ago said. I got the perfect trade. Garcia Parra for Garcia Parra.
Yeah.
He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, I hope. It'd be nice.
All right, up next on Extra Innings Extra with Nomar Garcia-Parra, it is Rob and Bill Ricca. Hi, Rob.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, good.
Nomar, good to talk to you.
How you doing, Rob?
Listen, you said all the right things. I'm just happy to hear you talk positive about the Red Sox in light of all, you know, the disappointment of late. This is probably the most inexplicably disappointing season probably in Red Sox history, in my opinion, anyway. And it's just good to hear you being real positive, you know. I called up thinking, you know, maybe there was some chance that, you know, you did want to move on and whatnot. And, you know, I didn't want to believe what that particular reporter had to write about in the Herald, but, you know, it's just good to hear about, you know, how positive you are about the Red Sox. I wonder if maybe you can just talk for a minute about what keeps you positive.
What keeps me positive is people like you. I mean, the fans here and everything. I mean, like I said, they're great. I love the game. I love baseball. I really do. And I love playing here. I mean, and like I said before, when people ask me to talk to other players about coming here, I say, you know what? There isn't a better place to win a World Series. I know we talk about it, and I truly believe that. And you know, that's what I strive to do. That's what I say. I say when I play, if we don't win a World Series, I'm disappointed that year. I'll be happy when we do, you know. And then I can take it easy the next year because I'll be celebrating with everybody. You know, for the whole
we want
year.
to celebrate here.
But at the same time, I mean, that's what keeps me positive because that's just the type of person that I am too, you know, because I believe, and every year I believe and try hard.
Stanley in Waterford, Connecticut. Hi, Stanley.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. How you doing?
Stanley.
Yeah, I definitely don't think you should be traded either. No, I just think you should stop hacking at that first pitch, and it should be all right.
Yeah, well, I hear that, but you know, I cannot go with what works. You know, I mean, it's I've done it for 5 years since I was a little kid, and gosh, it kind of got me a couple batting titles and all that stuff and everything. It kind of works. So
you ever hear that expression? You don't fix something that ain't broke. Well, if you're batting almost 400 swinging at first pitch, why would you not swing at first?
Is there any thought, though, just playing devil's advocate, clearly, any thought that you look at this new thing in base, it's not new, but on-base percentage is something that you keep hearing about, on-base percentage, work the count, make the pitcher throw a lot of pitches. It's that subtlety of the games, maybe make that starting pitcher leave the game by the 5th or 6th. Is that something you think about, or do you think your role is different on the team? Maybe it is, you're driving runs.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, there are roles where you got to drive in runs. Maybe there's a role if I was lead up tape, but at the same time, there's a couple of things, you know. You know, you take it, people don't realize you only see that starting pitcher maybe once or twice sometimes, you know, because they got the bullpen and everything. So why am I going to let a cookie go by right there, you know, when I'm like, all right, that may be the only pitch I see off this guy because I may not face him, you know. In the years past, take a pitch because you're going to see him later along the line, and now you don't. And the other thing, too, as I say, is that, you know, if I'm not feeling good at the plate or if I'm not swinging well, you know, whether it's the first pitch or the second pitch or whatever, I'm not going to get a hit or I'm not, you know, and if I am swinging well, I'm going to get a hit on that first pitch or whatever. It's a matter of feeling good and swinging the bat well.
How long has that been your style? Has it been your style since college ball, high school ball?
Before that, since I was a little kid. I've always done that. And, you know, and I've had people say, you know, why do you do that? Why do you do that? And I say, well, when it doesn't work, come talk to me.
Right.
When it doesn't work, come talk to me. And, you know, I don't know. Nobody's ever waited to
Nobody complains when you on that first pitch you put one in the screen or you put one in the gap.
Two doubles the other way off the wall, first pitch. There's two things with a starting pitcher. You know,
12 homers, by the way. 12 homers this year on the first pitch.
You can get him out of the game by making him throw more pitches, or you can knock him out of the game. So I think this team wants to knock him out of the game.
Yeah, I'd rather knock him out. And you know what I tell people is, you know, I don't look good walking. You know, when I got a bat in my hand, I look a lot better swinging it than I do with it on my shoulder. I'm not that pretty, so let me go swing it, you know?
Another call for Nomar in North Attleboro. Bill. Hi, Bill.
Hi, how you doing, guys?
Good.
Good, Bill.
Congratulations, Nomar, on another great year.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you and what your opinion is in terms of what this team needs next year to take it to the next level, to get past the Yankees and be like Oakland and go on a long winning streak.
Well, I'll tell you what, like I said before, if you really look at it, break it down, I don't think we need much. I mean, we got great guys. I said, you know, if we kept this team together, the core, everything that we really have, I think we're going to see better results next year. I mean, if you look at our record, what are we? Same record as the Minnesota Twins?
Yeah, I was saying to him, you're like maybe one game behind.
One game behind the Minnesota Twins.
Same thing, St. Louis. I mean, if you were in a different division.
It's different division.
You're going to be in the top 6 or 7 teams in baseball at the end.
Exactly. We're going to be at top. And, you know, like I said, I break it down to one-run ball games. If you have, you know, 50, you know, if you have 500 in those one-run ball games, it's a different story. The interleague, you know, we also played you know, and that's why I'm not a big fan of interleague, and I'm sorry for those people. I'm just saying because you can't come down and say, well, You know, we played the best team in Major League Baseball 6 times. You know, who else had to do that in our division or our, you know what I mean? It kind of makes it unfair as well. So
next year, Florida Marlins instead of the Braves.
But you know, they can beat you up. It happens. Right. You know what I'm saying? It just happens. But like I said, I really like these guys. I really like this team. What needs to change? You know, I don't know. I think what you've noticed this year too, compared to last year, is nobody's talking about people as individuals. These are great guys. These are great. These are people you want to cheer for. These are unbelievable human beings.
All right.
And that's what you want out there.
We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, I want to ask, away from baseball, what he likes to do, aside from being on Saturday Night Live as some big actor. But we'll find out what he does away from the diamond, and also where he likes in Boston best, aside from Fenway Park.
Design, innovation, dependability. These are the building blocks for the new 2003 Chevy cars and trucks. And now you can get 0% APR on every 2003 Chevy, including Trailblazer, Tahoe, Cavalier, and Impala. That's 0 APR on every 2003 Chevy. New ideas, a solid reputation, and the motivation you need to make it happen. See your local Chevy dealer.
Oh, you know why we're here. So if you have any doubts or reservation, now's the time to say so. I won't think any less of you. Because once you enter this family, there's no getting out.
Travel less, find more on Route 44.
Hi, I'm Richard Catanese, your Dodge and Mitsubishi dealer on Route 44, the Random Auto Mile. With over 1,000 vehicles available here on Route 44, you'll find that buying a car has never been so easy. With so many choices, you are bound to get a great deal right here on the Random Auto Mile.
Travel less, find more on Route 44 at the Random Auto Mile.
Well, I thought we'd get some great answer about what Nomar likes to do away from baseball, but your whole life is baseball, isn't it? What do you do? I mean, if you have a day off, or in the off season, what do you like to do?
Well, if I have a day off, I'm usually resting or sleeping and trying to recover. But I relax. I mean, I just relax at home, watch a movie, do stuff like that. In the off season, when I'm home, I like going to the beach. You know, I mean, that's where I grew up and stuff. And just I don't get to see my family that often because I am so far up. So I like to see them, see family and friends. And I travel a little bit here, there. I'm never pretty much in one place at the same time. But you know, I'm just like everybody else. I mean, I guess not, but I mean, that's the way I feel.
What about this? What's the best part about living in this area? What do you like best about living in this area?
I think Boston has just great character. I think the city is awesome. It's beautiful. It's different from, I grew up in LA where it's just giant suburbia, and here it's an actual city with character, and I love that. You know, I know prior to, you know, my rookie season, all that stuff, and I was up and everything, I used to take the tee around, go do stuff like that.
You can't do that anymore, can you?
It's a little more difficult. I don't, you know, occasionally I'll do, but you know what, a nice day, I'm still going to go walk the street. I'm still going to walk down Newberry Street.
Bring a pen with you.
Yeah.
Bring a pen with you.
I'm still going to do it. You know what, I'm still going to do it because I love it. And, you know, if people see me, hey, I'm just like them. I enjoy it.
Well, you know, they're still talking about Manny Ramirez, that check swing, and I just want to get your take on it.
Well, I'm not going to talk about Manny. I'm not here to take sides or whatever. All I can say is that, you know, they talk about that one incident, and they're going to keep talking about it. But if you want to talk about Manny, to me, I talk about, you know, he's got 100 RBIs. He's got how many home runs? He's got all this stuff. Let's talk about the stuff that he's done. He's going for a batting title right now.
33 home runs, leading the league in hitting, missed all that time.
And exactly, and he missed all that time. I mean, it's incredible. I mean, if you want to talk about Manny, that's what I'll talk about Manny. That other stuff, you know, and you know, like I said, he apologized to everyone. He apologized to me.
Sincerely.
Sincerely. You see that, and he understands that, and you know, we're okay with it. We're done. We accept that. You know, that's what a teammate does in team, because it could happen to anybody. It really could. But you know, hey, that's the way we look at it.
Is he the best hitter in baseball, right? I mean, that you've ever seen?
He's sure showing it. I'll tell you that. He's sure showing it. I mean, you know, it's funny.
Scary.
Everybody could, you know, everybody's knocks him, and everybody's like, oh, he's this and that, but they want him up at the plate.
Yeah,
you know
absolutely.
what I mean? 'Cause, we do. We want him up at the plate when that time comes.
Barry Bonds is special. We don't get a chance to watch Barry Bonds really out here on the East Coast, but I watch Manny and just how still that head is and how fast the ball comes off his bat. I mean, he's a devastating hitter.
And he's got some power. It really, you were like you said, it explodes off the bat. You see people, I mean, another guy explodes up like you see Cliff Floyd. You know, maybe you should be on there in the field. And actually, people say, how's Cliff swinging? Hard. I mean, how's he hitting? You know, is he hitting good? No, he's hitting hard because the ball is, I mean, the other day, I think he had a chance of having a single hitting off the center field wall. You know, he stretched it out to the, he almost got thrown out at second off a center field wall because he hit it so hard. I mean, it's incredible.
I asked you the question, what you like outside of baseball. If I asked Manny the same thing, it would be almost the same. He loves baseball. He loves to hit. Student of the game.
He really is, and people don't see that. People, you know, they want to, but he's out there and he's, you know, he's watching tapes. He's in there early. He's taking batting practice, and you know, that's what we see as teammates, and that's what we appreciate.
Let me
He's
tell
one
you,
of the first guys to the park.
Here's my problem. You and I talk about this off camera. Is that when Manny didn't run that out, it was frustrating as a fan to watch it because it kind of, you feel like it's disrespectful to the game, and clearly he apologized and it's back. The one thing I don't like about the piling on and in the situation with you is, and I'm not trying to suck up to you because you're here, and I know that's what people will say, but since you've been here, has there ever been have you ever heard Nomar Garciaparra mention in a bad light anything off the field? And Manny too. Like, you know, Manny doesn't do anything off the field that you would say, geez, you know, let's get this guy out of town. And that's the thing that's frustrating to me because, like you said, when you read that today, it hurt because it was more like a personal attack. It wasn't, oh, the ball went under your glove. That had to hurt when you read that today.
Well, like I said, you know, there's one thing to, you can get on, and we as players know, you can criticize us about, you know, our performance on the field, and you can do that. But when you start getting at someone's character and who they are and everything, and you don't really know and just make up stuff, then, you know, hey, we're going on another level.
There's a good citizen sitting next to us.
The Nomar 5 Fund, of course. Next year, Corsi and I want to go bowling, though. I mean, we were a little upset we didn't get to go bowling.
Well, hey, you know, you're more than welcome. You know, hey.
Well, I don't think it'll be pretty.
You know.
No, I'll look good.
Well, if you ever seen him play wiffle ball, that's a bad sight. We had a wiffle ball game at my house. He was 0 for 12. 0 for 12.
I was 0 for 6. Mitch punched me.
No. Mitch is
nasty.
Mitch is nasty.
Mitch was pitching, and Mitch is a good pitcher.
Which, by the way, scores your son up for all that. Mitch is nasty.
0 for 12 with 12 strikeouts. You know that? For his first 12 at-bats, 12 Ks?
6.
0 for
and 12 hit one
with
off
12
your
Ks.
roof.
Then he did hit one on the roof.
Don't make me knock you off the chair.
He got the tall jack. Templeton, Mass. I don't know where that is, but Mike, where's Templeton?
How's it going, guys?
Mike, where's Templeton?
Garciaparra, I think you are one of the outstanding shortstops in the league.
Thank you.
Incredible. I just had a question. Do you think that Boston is missing a couple pieces sort of to the pie for a good season? You know, to be up there in the playoffs?
Well, like I said, you know, prior to that is, are you missing something with the pie? Are you missing stuff? I mean, you know, we all believed it this year. We didn't have anything missing, you know what I mean? And we started off and it looked that way going off, and just, you know, sometimes you need a little luck as well. Sometimes you need a little luck, a little stuff, battling, you know, ball bouncing your way, bouncing this way, and sometimes we don't have it. So, you know, it's, like I said, as of right now, I look at our team. I truly, every day, love our team going in there. Like I said, I really do enjoy coming to the ballpark, seeing these guys, and I like that. And I like going on the field and going to battle for them, with them. What's going to be changing, what I have no control over the offseason, what I see. But like I said, if you kept this team together, you know, for next
year,
could
be different.
I'm telling you, it could be, the results could be different.
Joe up in New Hampshire. Hi, Joe.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
Joe.
How you doing, Joe? How you doing, Joe?
Thanks for talking to me.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say off the top, you know, I really appreciate all the effort that you put forth on the field, and you know, I can really see it every time out there when you're on the field. It's great to see somebody try as hard as you and the rest of the Red Sox this year. I mean, people may trash you in the papers and stuff. You know, you can really see it. It's a good thing to see, and you know, and my question, you know, everybody's talking about, you know, you might be missing some pieces to the puzzle and so forth. And, you know, I think, you know, you pretty much got everything in place that you need. You know, and, you know, a couple breaks here and there over the season, you know, you could be talking first place instead of the Yankees. And what do you think it's going to take to keep the core of this team together with the free agents coming up over the next few years and so forth?
Gosh, what's it going to take? I don't know. I don't know what. I really don't know what the people up top, you know, and management have in store, or what they're thinking, or, you know, I also don't know how people's contracts are worded, what they're, you know, I don't know any of that stuff as far as that's concerned, and I don't really know who's going to be possibly a free agent next year and stuff. But I mean, that's a good question. What's it going to take? You know, I wish I really had a good answer for that. And what's it going to take to keep these guys? Maybe you need some of these guys up top here sitting in my place to answer that question a little better than I can. But, you know, like I said, if you go around the locker room and you really talk to these guys, a lot of guys, you know, they like it here too. You know, they like it. They have the same feeling I do. I'm not the only one who feels this way. There are a lot of guys who feel exactly the same way I do.
All right, one final break here on Extra Innings Extra. and we'll have Nomar Garciaparra tell us something you did not know right after this.
Can your radio do this? Only one radio can give you stereo sound this big, yet is small enough to fit almost anywhere. The extraordinary Wave Radio from Bose. Press the remote control and hear big, rich sound that fills the room. Sound so rich, Popular Science called it a sonic marvel. You hear music the way it was meant to be heard. Clear, full, incredibly lifelike. Order now and we'll include absolutely free these 3 top-selling CD sets from Time Life Music. Classical thunder, jazz legends, and singers and songwriters. A $65 value, yours free if you order right now. Experience big stereo sound from a radio. Call now for a 30-day risk-free in-home trial and take advantage of our 12-month interest-free payment plan. Bose, better sound through research.
How many sneakers in a Bob store?
About 15,000.
I'm gonna need some water.
All right, here is the matchup for Friday night in Baltimore. It's Derek Lowe against Pat Hentgen. Derek Lowe going for win number 21. Pedro 1 win away from making it 2 20-game winners on the Red Sox. And that is what's so surprising. You know, the last caller talked about, you know, what's missing. And you go around this whole team, and we've said it many times, Jim, you talk about third base, you don't want to upgrade there. Shortstop's okay. Left field's good. Center field's good. Behind the plate's good. You have the 2 best starters in the American League. So it really is an enigma. You don't have any idea what happened and what went wrong. Like, it's hard to fix something when you don't know what the problem is.
No, absolutely. And like you know, of course you said too, sometimes it takes a little luck. Sometimes it takes just a little thing, you know. How do you win 20 games in a row sometimes? I mean, if you ask some of the Oakland A's, sometimes, hey, we had a little lucky in there too as well. You know, it wasn't just, you know, now they're a great team, you know, but sometimes it takes a little luck along those ways too.
Yeah. You know, a lot of people have been comparing, you know, this team with the New England Patriots, and they say that the Red Sox don't have a leader. But you cannot compare baseball to football. It's not a rah-rah thing. We don't go bang each other's heads. We go, hey, let's go get them.
This is just something you did not know. He's going to give us his take on football and baseball. How do they compare?
Well, how do they compare? Well, it's a little different. You know, football, you're building up to that one game that week, and, you know, you get fired up, and that's when you're going to go out there because, you know, you got a little week to rest and all that stuff. You know, baseball, you're out there every day, you know, going out there. And like you said, you know, why you can't get rah-rah. Sometimes you got to be even keel because, you know, you might have a great day one day, and you're going to have a bad day the next, and you know, you're like, well, what's going on? All of a sudden, it changes that quickly. You don't know how to. You want to stay even keel so you can stay that consistent.
And you can be a leader without being a vocal leader. You lead by example.
Yeah,
that's what he does.
I mean, and, you know, sometimes I always say too, you know, you go out there and, you know, I don't know, they always say, I think every time your team doesn't win, they say, oh, we need a leader, we need this. I mean, that's not true. We have leaders in this clubhouse, we have there. And just because they're not out there maybe talking from the media every day, or maybe they're not out there, you know, a lot of people just lead by example, do what they need to do, and they're there.
So I guess based on the last 45 minutes, you like playing in Boston.
Oh, I love it. I don't want to go anywhere.
All right, Nomar, thanks very much for being our guest. Nomar Garciaparra here on Extra Innings Extra. Thanks for staying up late with us, everybody. Tough night for the Red Sox on the diamond. The final score was 6-4. Our next action here on NESN is Friday night from Baltimore. The Red Sox and Orioles. The Boston Globe pregame report live at 6:30. And this has been an exclusive presentation of NESN and your ticket to Boston Red Sox baseball. Good night, everybody.
WAAF presents Local Bazooka 2002. United We Rock. Sunday, September 22nd. Green Hill Park. Route 9 Worcester. Disturbed. Nonpoint. Must. Hatebreed. Third Strike. Raw. And many more. 3 stages. Local and national acts. All ages. Get your tickets now at all Strawberries locations or through Next Ticketing at 617-423-NEXT. WAAF presents Local Bazooka 2002.
Design, innovation, dependability. These are the building blocks for the new 2003 Chevy cars and trucks. And now you can get 0% APR on every 2003 Chevy, including Trailblazer, Tahoe, Cavalier, and Impala. That's 0 APR on every 2003 Chevy. New ideas, a solid reputation, and the motivation you need to make it happen. See your local Chevy dealer.
Blood isn't just needed in a disaster. Fact is, every 2 seconds, somebody in America needs blood. Please consider becoming a regular donor with the American Red Cross. You can help save more Camille's, Mallory's, Lizzie's, and Becky's. Call 1-800-GIVE-LIFE for an appointment. Who knows how many will be saved by you.
This has been a presentation of Nesson, a sports programming service in partnership with the Boston Globe.
We now join ESPN News, already in progress.
The Patriots are one of 3 teams in the NFL with both offense and defense ranked in the top 10. Now, defense, you expected. Offense, you're thinking, isn't this the team that last year basically told Tom Brady just don't screw up? In 3 postseason games last year, the Pats' offense